My question to Honorable Bahati, what happens to lives that you have already ruined? Do they reconstruct their businesses? Because in my area, people who were carrying out this exercise, you had the military, police, the technical people, but also goons. They had hired goons like these ones who were in NRM t-shirts during campaigns, stealing and mobile money.
The ones you had addressed in NRM t-shirts. You address them in NRM t-shirts. Let's for Honorable Semuju, let's leave those other issues. If somebody goes and gets a yellow t-shirt, that does not mean that is NRM. But what is important is the excessive force that was being used in evicting these people, in the destruction, is what must be resolved.
I agree with you.
You know, you have a very good point. You have a good point, but when you bring politics into it, you dilute it. But your point is really very, very important.
Madam Speaker, I agree, and I can understand when you have a presiding officer who is also the second vice chairman of NRM.
And also a woman member of parliament under NRM.
So I understand, but the question that the Honorable Bahati must answer, the most critical one, do people reconstruct their lives, I mean their businesses? Two, wherever you want to carry out an exercise like this, can you do it with a human face? Must you go and carry all the rumpins wherever they exist and they're the one insulting people? The things you have said, they cannot be said by policemen and military. But it was a gang. They abuse, they insult. So next time you want to restore trade order, can you do it with a human face?
You know, like what Ibrahim is saying, the army is very, very professional. If you use the army, they will not do like what was reported to Interreligious Council, those kind of utterances. If you use the police, but when you get people, you hire those people, they will just do what they have been told to do.
Madam Speaker, as I said, we are going to continue the consultations to see how best this the objective of this exercise can be achieved, and will ensure that nobody is hurt, nobody is abused. Professional people are used to do any government work so that there is peace. The intention of this is to bring order, and order must be brought in an orderly manner without interfering with people's lives and livelihoods. So the consultations will carry on, but the most important thing to note today as we go into appropriation is that the trade order has been suspended until further notice, and the communication will be out by the Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. We need that communication out so that whatever is happening is put at halt. Yes, Lob.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm rising first to react to your communication about the need for members of parliament to be in this house to perform their duty of appropriation. Yesterday you were clear, Madam Speaker, I was here. The message went out clearly. The front bench, the government chief whip, and a host of ministers were...
Actually, it is the core value.
Yes.
Their core role.
They were present. And Madam Speaker, you know, our friends from the NRM have been priding themselves into the dominance they had in this house. And when an important matter like this is coming up, we don't see them. And when there are other non-important matters, you see them. Yesterday I saw somewhere in town, almost a quorum needed to pass legislation here. We're hanging out in a hotel. I don't know whether they have hangover, why they are not here. So I would like to ask the current leader of government business to whip. his members to come, as I also do for my side.
Please,
here.
can both of you whip your members to be in the house?
Yeah. Secondly, I would like to appreciate the action taken by government to suspend the implementation of the trade order. Madam Speaker, we had raised, and I remember the Honorable Semuju had raised it here. If we had accorded him time at that moment, maybe we would have salvaged something. I think by the time he raised up to now, we have spent about 3 weeks or a month, and the damage to people's lives and property has been enormous. And I hope that next time when something as important as that comes up, this House accords members opportunity to present. I want to say this: everyone wants this country to be orderly, but I want to caution government that you don't just wake up and then decide to take some actions. You must think through, you must consult. This trade order, clearly, I think it was a matter of shooting and then aiming after. There was no consultation, and I'm happy now you are talking that you are going to consult. Why do you start doing something when you have not involved the key stakeholders? That should have been the first step, and I think it's an indictment on the methods of operation of government, which shouldn't be in that direction. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to raise this matter. I sit on the side of the opposition, and I am a member of the opposition. I was disturbed this morning by a video I saw, which was shared with me, of you, the Right Honorable Speaker, somewhere last evening, telling the country that in this parliament where I sit, you have swallowed the opposition. I don't understand the context in which you said it, but to use the word "you have swallowed," you demand to explain to us as members of parliament.
Maybe that is AI.
You will respond. That's why I said I saw.
That is AI. I didn't say anything.
So I want to now warn that AI. That AI should not. Yes. That AI.
I am saying for us, when we're in parliament, we are one. We don't have those divisions.
Can I first raise then?
Yes, but
Yes.
what you're saying is AI.
So whoever is responsible for generating such AIs and circulating such AIs should government...
We should actually arrest them. Those people. We should arrest those people.
Yeah, so as we go into appropriation, Madam Speaker, I want to state that the Constitution guarantees that the members of the opposition are heard in this House. They are not swallowed. They are not walloped. And any other bad thing that AI intended to do to the opposition should not stand. The opposition are not in this country to destroy anything. We are here by virtue of the Constitution.
Thank you.
And I want to get commitment that as we go into this appropriation, we are not going to be treated in a partial manner. I know, like the Honorable Semuju has said, Madam Speaker, you are high-ranking and loyal card of the party. But when you are seated in that seat, you are not a member of NRM. You are not the national vice chairperson.
Thank you.
Yes, you are a speaker of parliament. And I implore you and I ask you, treat us as the speaker of parliament. Even when you are outside, let's try to keep our dignity as members of the
I actually treat you better than anybody else.
No, not me. I'm not raising as a person.
You the opposition.
When you make such comments, I don't think that's a good treatment.
No, even this side actually even complains that I favor opposition. That is the unfortunate bit that is there. But
should I be comforted that now you will not swallow, you will not wallow?
Nobody can. That is AI. Yes, Honorable. But you see, this trade order, Honorable Minister, we are not saying it's bad. Recently, I think 2 weeks back, I went to Lira. There is where they call produce something. You'd find the place is now calm. You can walk. I went to Nachivuo one evening. It was calm. But how we do it progressively, make these people understand that this place is a road reserve, you're not supposed to have this here, and where we need markets to relocate these people, we put these people in gazetted markets. Those who do not want to be in the gazetted market are the ones who should be removed, but they should not be removed using goons like Honorable Semuju is talking about, is saying. We should not use goons. We have other ways of removing these people. Yes, James.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for allowing me. Right Honorable Speaker, as you have put it, this trade order is not bad, because the problem is how do we manage it? What precedes another? Because, Madam Speaker, Right Honorable Semuju.
James, before you bring that.
Yes.
Honorable Minister, you said the trade order has been suspended. Does that mean you're saying that the ones who were removed are going to come back, or you're maintaining the status quo? Because people will go back to the street and say they have suspended, so we go back.
Madam Speaker, the suspension, as we do the consultations and prepare to do better, just means that we are suspending what where we had not reached. But where we have covered, it remains the way it is. Those that have already been taken back to the markets, that is the situation. But we are going to continue consulting, and by end of June we should have a better way of handling this matter. I want to comfort the leader of opposition that there are things that should not really, AI should not bother you a lot because you are here. If somebody said Jonathan is not in the house, would that really bother you? Because you are here. But you know the position you are in. I thank you.
Thank you. James was on the floor.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Semuju raised something very critical. Because when you are in operation room, operating a woman, if you don't know what to do, you will kill that woman and the child. So, but you are responsible for the deaths of the two. Now, even that you didn't consult and you did things haphazardly, what is your accountability on the loss of the people who were innocent and those ones who also lost their property? Two, Madam Speaker.
We cannot conclude that they were not consulted.
That's what he has said.
No, he has not said that. At least I'm very sober.
Right Honorable Speaker, another thing I want to trace to the Minister of Trade is about the skyrocketing prices of fuel. Right Honorable Speaker, Minister of Energy brought here a request, and we give indeed money to have fuel reserves in Uganda. But as we talk, every minute, the prices of fuel are increasing every minute. What is the problem? Do we have the stock? Or we just duped this nation in the form of reserves? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, we had asked for a report on that, on the fuel reserves. I think last week.
Madam Speaker, everybody understands the economic situation regarding the fuel, especially given what is happening in the Middle East and the world at large. As we have said before, we are monitoring this situation, and government is prepared to ensure that the prices are contained in the context of the economic situation we are in. And I'm sure that at the next sitting, the Minister of Energy can give a report specifically on the reserves that we have in the country But as far as we are concerned at the moment, it is not Uganda. Actually, we are trying our level best. If you look at what is happening in East African community, Uganda is we are doing our best to contain the prices. If you look at what is happening in the East African community, so the Minister of Energy will be able to make a statement and update the House on the fuel issue next week at the next sitting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The small clarification I wanted to make as the Minister comes, it is not actually the prices, but even the scarcity. Even when you have the money to buy fuel, most places now, there is totally no fuel. So it is scarcity.
Are they hoarding?
Not that's what we wanted to know. Are people hiding fuel? If fuel is there, are they hoarding the fuel? Because it is not about the price, but fuel is very, very, very scarce now.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, there is a statement attributed to the President. He says if there is no fuel, the price is rising, stay home. Is this now the new policy of NRM, official government position?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Before the Minister comes in, mine is back on the issue of the trade order. I did receive calls from various people. Many of their things were taken, and these people at council, what they do, they later on tell them, you come with maybe some 200, 300, and we give you back your things that we confiscated. So with the suspension of this trade order, our traders, those who lost their property, the one that is still confiscated, are they going to get it back? Do you have a mechanism of them receiving back their goods and property?
Madam Speaker, as you said, there are some gains on this operation in some parts. There are some gains, there's some order that has been brought in some parts, but also we recognize that the people who were doing, some people who were doing the operation did not do it well to the expectation, according to the guidelines that were issued by the Permanent Secretary of Local Government. I think, Honourable Member, it would be prudent of us now to wait for the consultations we are making, and then we wait and see how best we are going to move forward toward the end of June, when this matter is discussed internally with stakeholders, but also with the cabinet, and then we come to the House and inform you before we move forward. On the issue of fuel, we have enough reserves for a limit for a period, and as I said, we are committed to that to ensure that we stabilize the price. But also we need to note that there are people who speculate in the market. They are speculators. So we are also going to be dealing with that as government, and especially the Minister of Energy will come to you, to the House, and make a statement. But all of us should really continue to know that this issue is externally influenced. It's not internally influenced. All of us know that there is a war going on in Iran. There is that issue, and it's a serious issue. So the President I beg your pardon?
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The question is, under what circumstances would the reserves be used or sent to the market for use, just in case scarcity continues to persist?
The Minister of Energy will come on Tuesday and make a statement to establish the reserves we have, how long they will take us. The only thing is to guarantee and continue to tell people that given the situation we are in, the government will continue to stabilize the price, stabilize supply of fuel to the people. And we are doing actually better than many countries across the East African community. So we should be able to thank His Excellency the President for the leadership of the economy and the leadership of the country at the moment. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, what about the people who are holding fuel? The ones who are holding fuel.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. I came from West Nile 2 days ago. I went to fuel in Total. Petrol was at 9,900. Arua City, just opposite the regional referral hospital. The following night, it was at 11,000 in Arua. So the prices keep escalating. During the day, they'll bring it down to 7,000, 6,000 in the evening and early morning, because I drove off from 4 a.m. So what are you going to do to these people up country? Jumani, Moyo, Obongi, prices have kept rising day in, day out. During the day, it will come down 8,000, 7,000. How are we supposed to handle this? If we have oil reserves, what are you doing for up country, especially West Nile, and particularly the districts I'm mentioning? Thank you.
Honorable members, but when we passed the Petroleum Supply Act, we said we would have a G2G, government-to-government strategy, and there would be no middle people. And now, because there would be no middle person, now the Minister of Energy is supposed to do surveillance and see who are those people who are putting high prices and why. Because it is only Vitol that is supposed to operate. So why would the prices be high in another area, low in another area? Others are even holding fuel.
In this country, we have a law, the consumer protection. The fuel that is in the country, even if there is been an increase due to exchange rate differences, we should not be expecting big price variations between the fuel here in Kampala and in a place like Arua. So what we need assurance from the government is to tell us the measures they are taking to clamp down on the people who are holding fuel and those who are escalating the prices unrealistically. Because we had a press conference, I saw the PS of Energy. She gave very, very good information that the fuel is available, they have orders, but the people who are involved in selling at a very high exorbitant prices are exploiting Ugandans, and this is where we need to see the efforts that are being implemented to make sure that they crack down and protect consumers.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, it's true that all the fuel is being brought in by UNOC, our government institution. And we know the list of people who buy from UNOC. So we know and at what price. So we are going to follow up to ensure that there is no price distortion in the market, and also we have enough, to the extent possible, enough fuel stock in the market. So on Tuesday, we'll be able to give a thorough explanation on this, but the good thing is that we are the ones buying fuel, we are the ones selling to the people who are selling to the population.
And that was the basis of passing that law.
Yes, and so we will be able to monitor that and stop this speculation and distortion of the prices
and when
in the
we
market.
get that feedback?
Oh, Madam,
because it is something that is very serious.
Madam, can we request on Tuesday, because
no, first communication out there that stop holding fuel and the issues of having the prices being
okay. During the sitting, we'll be able to talk to the minister.
You need to get the Minister of Energy to communicate to these people.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will do that.
Because they are affecting our Ugandans, it affects the cost of goods because the fuel prices have gone high. And even if you have the money, you cannot be able to get fuel because people are keeping fuel with the expectation of selling it at a higher price. Next item.
Item 3 on the order paper. Bill second reading. The supplementary appropriation number 2 bill.
Honourable members, you may recall that the supplementary appropriation bill 2 number 2 of 2025 was read for the first time on 12th March 2026. In accordance with the Article 156 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, the bill was referred to the Budget Committee under Rule 135 of the Rules of Procedure, and the committee has considered the bill and is ready to report. However, we will first ask the minister to move a motion pursuant to Rule 136 of the Rules of Procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to move a motion for the Supplementary Appropriations Bill number 2 of 2025 to be read for the second time. I beg to move.
Seconded. Seconded by Honorable Bahati, by the Prime Minister Lukia, by Honorable Nathan, Honorable Polota, Chia, Rose, Chairperson of Lango, Patience, Dakasi, Olympian, David, Katesh, James, Katesh on standing. Center E, Honorable Alanyo, Honorable Koluo, Noeline, Patrick. Thank you. And elders. Chairperson of Lango is called Aliek. Don't put another name. Judith. Can you justify your motion?
Right Honorable Speaker, the Supplementary Appropriations Bill number 2 of 2025 seeks to provide for supplementary appropriation out of the Consolidated Fund under Article 156(3) of the Constitution and Section 24 of the Public Finance Management Act, a sum of 6,071,239,800,000 shillings only to meet additional expenditure for financial year 2024-2025. Madam Speaker, for the interest of the members and the public, it's good that I give further clarification to this, because someone out there might think that we are seeking new money from Parliament using this bill. The answer is no. We are simply regularizing the expenditures which we have already incurred through the law. In this period, in the period which is being captured in this bill, i.e. financial year 2024-2025, I moved the various motions to supply Schedule 1, Schedule 2, Schedule 3, Schedule 4 of the supplementary expenditures. And now these motions were in schedules or annexes. Now the schedules are being consolidated into this bill as the law requires. So that's why we are asking for the total of about 6.7 trillion shillings, which was incurred in financial year 2024-2025 in the form of supplementary. So this bill basically seeks to regularize the decisions which this House took earlier. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Chair is ready to report, and Chair, you can now report.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, a report of the Committee on Budget on the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 2 of 2025. Madam Speaker, before I proceed to report, I beg to lay on table the minutes of the discussions of the various appropriation bills 1, 2, 3, and 4, and a signed report lay on table.
Thank you. Please lay.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 2 of 2025 was introduced in this House for the first reading on the 12th of March 2026 in accordance with Article 156 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995. The bill was referred to the Committee on Budget in accordance with Rule 163 of Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda. During the implementation of the budget for the financial year 2024-2025, government sought additional resources for various votes to meet emerging expenditure requirements. In this regard, honorable colleagues and honorable Speaker, 3 supplementary schedules were laid before Parliament in accordance with the provision of Article 156(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Section 24 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 171. These schedules were considered by the Budget Committee as evidenced by the minutes and subsequently approved by Parliament. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, now permit me to present to you a report of the Committee on the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 2 of 2025. The object of the bill. The object of the bill is to provide for supplementary appropriation out of the consolidated fund in accordance with the Article 156(3) of the Constitution and Section 24 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 171, a sum of 6,239,800,000 shillings only to meet additional expenditure for the financial year 2024-2025. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Article 156(2) and 3 of the Constitution provide as follows. 2. That if in respect of any financial year that it's found, A, that the amount appropriated for any purpose under the Appropriation Act is insufficient, or that a need has arisen for expenditure of a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated for by that act, or B, that any monies have been expended for any purpose in excess of the amount appropriated for that purpose, or for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by that act, a supplementary estimate showing the sums required or spent shall be laid before Parliament, and in the case of excess expenditure, within 4 months after the money is spent. 3. Where, in respect of any financial year, a supplementary estimate or supplementary estimates have been approved by Parliament, in accordance with Clause 2 of this article, a supplementary appropriation bill shall be introduced into Parliament in the financial year next following that financial year to which the estimates relate, providing for the appropriation of the sums so approved for the purposes specified in those estimates. Right, Honorable Speaker, these were the things, the rules that we followed to check that what we approved in this House was exactly figures in the supplementary appropriation bill. During the implementation of the budget for the financial year 2024-25, government sought additional resources to meet these expenditure requirements as follows. Number 1, on the 19th of December 2024,
the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development laid before Parliament supplementary expenditure estimates under Schedule Number 1 for the financial year 2024-25 amounting to Uganda shillings 1.050 trillion. Furthermore, the Minister came back on the 6th of February 2025 and laid before Parliament supplementary expenditure estimates under Schedule Number 2 of the financial year 2024-25 amounting to Uganda shillings 1.243 trillion. Thirdly, the Minister came and laid on the 11th of March 2025 a supplementary expenditure estimate number 3 for the financial year 24-25 amounting to Uganda shillings 4.255 trillion. Madam Speaker and colleagues, the committee carried a number of consultative discussions with the Minister of Finance to ascertain consistency and accuracy of the supplementary bill estimates against resolutions of Parliament. The committee reviewed all the documents before it, that is supplementary expenditure schedules 1, 2, and 3 as laid in the House. Resolutions of Parliament authorizing supplementary expenditure for the same. And these are the committee observations and recommendations. 4.1, consistency in recurrent expenditures. The committee observed that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2020-2025 recurrent expenditure figures were consistent with the resolutions of Parliament on supplementary expenditure schedules of number 1, 2, 3, and 3 for financial year 2024-2025 as indicated in Annex 1 to this report. 4.2, consistency in development expenditures. The committee observed that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2025 development figures were also consistent with the resolutions of Parliament on supplementary expenditure schedules number 1, 2, and 3 for the financial year 2024-2025, as also indicated in Annex 1. Madam Speaker and colleagues, in conclusion, the committee recommends that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024-2025 be passed into law. I beg to report.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is a direct bill. Anything that you have to say?
Madam Speaker, as you have said, we're just validating a decision that we made.
Yes.
I am moving that you actually put the question because there's nothing to say. We are just validating.
Thank you, Honorable Semuju Ibrahim, Acting Elob, and Shadow Minister of Finance. I put a question that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 2 of 2026 be read for the second time. Those in favor sign the control nay. The ayes have it.
The Supplementary Appropriation number 2 Bill 2025, Bills Committee stage.
2025 or 2026? 2025.
Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The schedule.
I put a question that the schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Chair, I beg to move a motion for the House to resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Supplementary Appropriations Bill number 2 of 2025 and passed it without amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
Right
Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report I beg to move a motion for adoption of the report from the Committee of the whole House.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the whole House be adopted by this August House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill third reading, the Supplementary Appropriation number 2 Bill 2025.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Supplementary Appropriations Bill number 2 of 2025 be read for the third time and do pass. I beg to move.
Thank you. I put a question that the Supplementary Appropriation number 2 Bill of 2025 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Supplementary Appropriation number 2 Act 2025.
Title settled and the bill passed. Next.
Item number 4 on the order paper. Motion for approval of the proposed annual budget for the financial year 2026-2027.
Honorable members, you will recall that the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development moved a motion on 15th April 2026, and that was pursuant to Section 13(1) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 158 of the Rules of Procedure. Under this motion, sector committees presented their reports on the ministerial statements for financial year 2026-2027, and in line with the Rule 156 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the reports were referred to the Budget Committee for reconciliation, harmonization, and consolidation, and that is in line with Rule 156(2) of the Rules of Procedure. The Budget Committee is ready to report, and since the motion was already moved, now the Budget Committee can now go ahead and report. I am informed that, but if you want the minister to move again, I have no problem. You can move again. It was moved by Honorable Lukolobi. It is the same motion. Move. There is no problem.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, pursuant to Article 1551(2) of the Constitution and Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act and Rule 149 of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to move a motion for approval of the budget for financial year 2026-2027. I beg to move.
Seconded by Honorable Lukia, Honorable Chia, Honorable Ishagi, Honorable Abigawa, Patrick, Noelin, Honorable Goli, by the whole side, and then Honorable Rohama and Koluo. Speak to your motion.
Madam Speaker and colleagues, the budget estimates for financial year 2026-2027 were prepared under the theme of full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. The budget estimates have been arrived at after extensive consultations with the stakeholders and His Excellency the President. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the budget estimates for financial year 2026-2027 amount to Uganda shillings 84.39 trillion, of which appropriation is Uganda shillings 47.16 trillion, and statutory expenditure amounts to Uganda shillings 37.23 trillion. This shall be financed through domestic revenue of Uganda shillings 44.18 trillion, Petroleum Fund Uganda shillings 1.44 trillion, budget support Uganda shillings 1.22 trillion, domestic borrowing Uganda shillings 11.97 trillion, project support Uganda shillings 11.27 trillion, domestic refinancing Uganda shillings 13.97 trillion, and local revenue from local governments of Uganda shillings 339 billion. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, financial year 2026-2027 will be the first year of implementing the NRM manifesto for the period 2026-2031. It will also be the second year of implementing the fourth National Development Plan 4, which is the first plan to deliver our first tenfold growth strategy aimed at expanding the economy to at least United States dollars 500 billion by year 2040. The budget for next financial year will therefore focus on consolidating the gains for so far achieved and expanding investment in science, technology, and innovations, as well as wealth creation. Right Honorable Speaker, the key budget priority investments are the ATMs and the enablers. The ATMs are agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral-based industrial development, science, technology, and innovations, including creative industry. And the enablers are peace, security, and rule of law, transport infrastructure, which covers roads, railway transport, air and water, electricity, industrial park development, human capital development, which covers education, health and water, irrigation and environment, and wealth creation funds, which cover PDM, UDB funds, UDC, EMYOGA, among others. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank you and the House and the sectoral committees at the Budget Committee for the support during this process, and also your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker, and this combined effort provided during the progressing and processing of the budget estimates for financial year 2026-2027. I submit for the consideration of the House. Right,
Thank
Honorable
you,
Speaker.
thank you, Honorable Minister, and we equally want to thank you for your commitment and always being available whenever the House needs you and the committee needs you. As the 11th Parliament, if it was ranking, would have given you 99.9 on your performance, because you've done a great job for Minister of Finance. The chairperson is now ready to report.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, the Budget Committee report on the annual budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027. Madam Speaker and colleagues, before I proceed to read the report of the committee, I beg to lay on table the minutes of the committee in consideration of this budget for the financial year 2026. Secondly, Madam Speaker and colleagues, this year has been very unique. The budget report, this budget report has been built out of consensus, and out of all the members of this House, everybody agreed with the report except 2 members. And there is a minority report with respect to this budget for the financial year 2026. So, Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table as well minority report on the annual budget estimates for financial year 2026-2027, prepared by Honorable Ibrahim Semjunganda and Honorable Dr. Lulume Baiga. Those are the only 2 members of this House who have a different opinion about this budget. I also beg to lay on table a fully signed copy of the report of the committee on the annual budget estimates for financial year 2026-2027. But in general, Madam Speaker, a lot of consensus was built and members have agreed, and Honorable Semjinganda and Dr. Lulume have a small minority report, which I think they will read later after I finish reading this.
Thank you.
They are the only 2 who disagreed. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, pursuant to Article 155 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development presented before Parliament the proposed annual budget estimates for the financial year 2026-27 on the 1st of April 2026, and a corrigenda to the annual estimates on the 22nd of April 2026. In accordance with Article 155(4) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 11 and Section 12(4) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, Cap 171, and Rule 155(2) and 156(3) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the Budget Committee is mandated, among others, A, to examine, discuss, and review policies, programs, and the annual budget estimates, and where necessary, make appropriate recommendations to Parliament. B, to consider sectoral committee reports on the budget estimates referred to the committee by Parliament for reconciliation, harmonization, and consolidation. Right, Honorable Speaker and all members, in this regard, the Budget Committee has examined, reconciled, harmonized, and consolidated, as well as discussed and reviewed the policies, and therefore the Budget Committee of Government for the financial year 2026, the Budget Committee now wishes to report on the same. This report, Madam Speaker and colleagues, is one of the shortest. Unlike the one, Madam Speaker, which was last year, which was about 200 pages, we have endeavored to, because there was so much consensus, to produce a 41-page report. And this report is structured in two parts. Part A is on economic and fiscal performance. That's the half-year performance for 2025-2026 financial year. Part B is the actual budget, the annual budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027. Honorable methodology. Honorable members, the committee held consultative meetings with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and all the chairpersons of technical committees of Parliament. The committee also made references to the following documents, and these documents inform the committee's assessment, observations, and recommendations. Madam Speaker, I beg that the members can read all those documents. There are 21 of them, and are captured on page 3 and page 4 of this report. I now therefore move to read part A of the report. Economic and fiscal performance, 3.0, economic performance half year for 25-26. 3.1, economic growth. Uganda's economy remained resilient in the first half of 2025-2026 despite a challenging global environment. The year-on-year gross product for the second quarter of 2025-26, Madam Speaker, it grew by 8.5% compared to the growth of 5.4% registered in quarter 2 of the previous year. A very excellent growth for our country. This growth was driven by the agricultural sector, which grew by 8% in quarter 2 of 25-26 compared to a growth of 7.8% in quarter 2 of the previous year. The industry sector also grew by 12.3% in quarter 2 compared to 7.7% growth of the previous year. And the services sector, very interesting, grew by 6.2% in quarter 2 of 2025-26 compared to 2.2% growth of the previous year. On a half-year basis, our real GDP of Uganda grew by 6.7% in the first half of the financial year 2025-2026 compared to 5.8% in the same period last year. In addition, the robust domestic demand contributed immensely to economic growth, as explained by final consumption expenditure growth of 17.4% in quarter 2 of 2025-26, compared to a paltry 4.6% in quarter 2 of the previous year. This also coupled with continued implementation of government interventions and stable macroeconomic conditions, further supporting improved economic activity. The National Development Plan for projects that the economy of Uganda will grow to 7.3% financial year 2025-26, 9.0% in 25-26-27, 9.8% in financial year 2027-28, and to a peak of around 10.4% in 28-29. On the basis of quarter 2 GDP growth performance of 8.5%, government is on track to realizing its 7.3% target in the National Development Plan for the financial year 2025-2026. The table is there to set. Madam Speaker, this is a small report, and I think members would want to hear a few things that we have decided to highlight. Inflation. During the first half of 2025-26, annual inflation remained low and stable, with the headline inflation averaging 3.5% and core inflation, or inflation excluding food and energy prices, averaging 3.7%. This was below the central bank's medium-term target of 5%. The low inflation was mainly supported by an appreciating exchange rate and declining global inflation. 3.3, interest rates. During the first half of 2025-26, the Bank of Uganda has maintained the central bank rate at 9.75% to anchor inflation expectations around the medium-term target. The average lending rates for the shilling-denominated loans trended upwards, unfortunately, in the first half of 25-26, averaging 18.78%, compared to 17.8% in the second half of the 24-25. However, these lending rates began to ease towards the end of the half year, declining to 19.7% in October 2025, to 18.4% in November, and further to 18.0% in December 2025. This easing partly reflects the continued price stability in our economy. I'm on page 7. Exchange rates. The Ugandan shilling strengthened by 0.3% against the US dollar during the first half of 25-26, from an average mid-rate of Ugandan shilling 3,586.57 per US dollar in July 2025 to shillings 3,575.23 US dollar in December 2025. So on a half-year comparison basis, the appreciation was more pronounced. The average exchange rate appreciated by 3.1% from 3,000 Ugandan shilling 3,660.57 per US dollar in the second half of 2024-25 to 3,545.2 per US dollar in the first half of financial year 2025-26. Yes, my brother. The strengthening of the shilling was largely supported by improved foreign exchange inflows, particularly from coffee and other non-coffee exports during the period under review. In addition, remittances remained resilient at US dollars $351.11 million in the first quarter of financial year 2025-26, continuing to provide strong support to the external sector despite a slight decline from US dollar $395.53 million recorded in the first half of 24-25. Private sector growth, private sector credit. During the first half of the financial year, Uganda's private sector credit showed an increase of 6.46% from July 2025 to December 2025, and the total outstanding private sector credit growth reached Uganda shillings 28,469.79 billion, an increase of Uganda shillings 26,439.52 billion in July 2025. And this is a vote on our economy, the confidence that people are able to borrow and invest in the country. The main contributors to this growth in the private sector credit were personal loans, household loans, building, mortgage, construction, real estate, and the trade sectors, with growth of 25%, 19%, and 15% respectively. It's a very good development. 3.5 external sector. Mechanized trade balance. Uganda's mechanized trade deficit with the rest of the world narrowed by 15.2% in the first half of the financial year 2025-26, declining to US dollars 1,369 billion from US dollars 1,615 billion recorded in the same period of financial year 2024-2025. This improvement was largely driven by a strong increase in export earnings, which more than offset the rise in imports. So we are exporting more. On international reserves, as of December 2025, the stock of international reserves stood at US dollars 5.991 billion, equivalent to 4.2 months of future imports of goods and services. This represents a significant improvement compared to US dollar 3.303 billion recorded at the end of the December 2024, which was equivalent to only 2.3 months of import cover. This was partly driven by a surge in export earnings from coffee, stronger offshore portfolio inflows through the pension sector, and the money markets, and the accumulation of gold to strengthen the country's reserve position. So we are in a better position than a few years ago. Tourism earnings. Earnings from tourism increased modestly from US dollars 423.61 million in quarter one of financial year 2024-25 to US dollars 462.08 million in quarter one of financial year 2025-26. This gradual growth is consistent with government efforts to position Uganda as a premier tourist destination, offering diverse and unique experiences. Tourism earnings are expected to strengthen further following the introduction of the new national tourism policy, which aims to raise annual tourism receipts to US dollars 4 billion and double international arrivals to 2.4 million people over the next 5 years. Foreign direct investment. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, foreign direct investment remains strong at US dollars 820.72 million US dollars in the first quarter of 25-26, despite a slight decline of 6.4% from US dollars 870.75 million recorded in the same period of financial year 24-25. Public debt. Right, Honorable Speaker, the stock of public debt rose by 8.9% to Uganda shillings 126.18 trillion, or in US dollars 34.86 billion US dollars in the second half of 25-26. This is up from Uganda shillings 115.89 trillion, or in dollar terms $32.24 billion in the financial year 24-25, raising our debt to GDP ratio from 50.9% to 52.97%. This increase was mainly driven by higher domestic debt issuance. Public debt sustainability. Honorable members, Right Honorable Speaker and members, Uganda's public debt remains broadly sustainable in solvency terms, but domestic debt particularly poses significant liquidity risks. The debt to GDP ratio is projected to breach the Charter for Fiscal Responsibility thresholds as at financial year 2025-26. In addition, the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility liquidity objective of reducing domestic interest payments to less than 12.5% of revenue, excluding grants, for the financial year by financial year 2025-26 may not be achieved, as seen in Table 2 below. 4.0, fiscal performance. During the first half of the financial year 2025-26, government operations resulted in a fiscal deficit, that's net borrowing, of 6.526 trillion. This was higher than the Uganda shillings 4.055 trillion deficit projected, mainly on account of higher than planned activities coupled with lower than anticipated revenues. Revenue, including grants, amounted to 17.114 trillion, which was 7.5% lower than the anticipated Uganda shillings 18.493 trillion for this period. This was as a result of domestic revenues and grants from development partners, particularly being lower than their respective targets for the first 6 months of the financial year. On the other hand, government expenses surpassed the 18.385 trillion programmed for the first half of the financial year 25-26 by 9%. And this all is due to the higher than planned spending on the purchase of goods and services, inclusive of increased expenditure associated with preparations for the just concluded 2026 general elections. The resource envelope, Madam Speaker, resource envelope performance. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the overall performance of the resource envelope was 45.9% compared to a target of 50%. This underperformance was mainly attributed to a very low outturn performance in receipts from local government revenue. that is 32.9%, external financing, 35.5%, and non-tax revenue, 37.7%. So, Madam Speaker and colleagues, the resource envelope is properly explained in table 3 below on its performance. Suffice to say that under tax revenue, Right Honorable Speaker, total tax collections during the first half of 25-26 amounted to Uganda shillings 16,697.36 billion, falling short of the target of 17,779.81 billion. Direct domestic revenue, that's the performance of the tax revenue was due to shortfalls in direct domestic revenue, in indirect domestic taxes, and in taxes on international trade, as outlined in the details in the text. I go to page 13, 4.22, non-tax revenue. Non-tax revenue collections amounted to Uganda shillings 1,238.21 billion, representing 80.6% of the target of Uganda shillings 1,535.77 billion, as at half year for the financial year 25-26. The underperformance was mainly driven by lower than targeted collections of motor vehicle fees. That's Uganda shillings 73.36 billion. Land transfer fees, 58.65 billion Uganda shillings, and driver's permits fees of Uganda shillings 39.03 billion, among others. 4.2.3 the grants. Total grants received during the period amounted to only Uganda shillings 416.10 billion, against a half-year target of Uganda shillings 713.40 billion, resulting in a shortfall of Uganda shillings 297.29 billion. The underperformance was mainly attributed to the project grants, which registered a shortfall of Uganda shillings 323.76 billion, largely due to delays in project implementation, thereby slowing down disbursement. Colleagues and Madam Speaker, Table 4 gives you half-year revenue performance. On the first column, you see the titles. The half-year target is on the second column, where you see direct domestic taxes. The target was 6,188.86, but the actual outturn was 5,888.85. So the deviation is done, and the same and runs through the table. And you can, colleagues, you can, since they have been uploaded, you can read that. 4.3 expenditure performance. On the expenditure side, Right Honorable Speaker, the approved expenditures for financial year 2025-26 amounted to Uganda shillings 72.376 trillion. In addition, Parliament approved a supplementary of Uganda shillings 8.104 trillion. And this has since increased the revised budget of the Republic of Uganda to Uganda shillings 80.48 trillion to date. Government has released 58.1% of the total approved budget for the financial year 2025-26 by half year. Out of these, government budget releases performed at 63.4%, and the external budget performance stood at 47.3%. Furthermore, 77% of the development budget was released at half year. This mainly on account of the 1.2 trillion that was released to the Ministry of Works and Transport to ensure continued road construction and maintenance. So in short, Right Honorable Speaker, in aggregate terms, aggregate absorption measured by expenditure as a proportion of releases was 62.8%, excluding the supplementary expenditures. This represents weak budget execution as at half year. And the weak budget execution was mainly attributed to a meager 29% absorption performance of externally financed development projects. 52.9% absorption performance in treasury operations, that's debt servicing, and a 61% absorption performance of domestic areas, as evidenced in table 5 below. Colleagues, the details on page 5. I go to page 18 on the contingency fund performance. In line with section 17(1)(d) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 171, the contingency fund was allocated Uganda shillings 169.00 billion by Parliament in the financial year 2025-26. However, only Uganda shillings 4.355 billion was released and transferred to the fund by the end of December 2025. These funds were spent on compensation of persons affected by the Kitezi garbage slide. Domestic areas performance. Madam Speaker and colleagues, domestic areas are short-term government obligations arising mainly from unpaid procurement invoices. The Auditor General's report for the financial year ended June 2025 shows that a 39.1% decline in government payables. This is good news. From Uganda shilling 13.8 trillion in financial year 2023-24 to only Uganda shillings 8.4 trillion in financial year 2024-25, reflecting a significant reduction in the stock of domestic areas. This reduction was largely driven by the conversion of temporary advance from the Bank of Uganda into long-term domestic debt, whereby Uganda shilling 17.78 trillion of reimbursables, that is reimbursable advances, were converted into treasury bonds payable over a period of 10 years. Committee observations. 1. The domestic areas budget allocation in recent years have averaged about 200 billion, well below the recommended levels, which for the financial year 2025-26 being a one-off exception when the government paid Uganda shillings 1.4 trillion for domestic areas. However, for the financial year 2026-27, government has allocated Uganda shillings 317.0 billion for domestic areas. This is a sharp reduction from the Uganda shillings 1,400.8 billion in the financial year 25-26. 2. The low release, that's 38.8%, and absorption, 61% of domestic areas budget at half year poses serious risks to government's 3-year domestic areas elimination strategy. Government could take a decade to eliminate areas at the current rate of payment relative to the accumulation of domestic areas. And the committee, Madam Speaker, the committee really strongly recommends that government should adhere to the commitment control system. And my ministers who walked away when I mentioned that. Government should adhere to the commitment control system and sanction accounting officers who perpetually commit government expenditure without resources. Accounting officers who create new areas in violation of Section 22 of the Public Finance Act, Cap 171, should actually be liable as per Section 76 of the PFMA, Cap 171. This is a strong recommendation from the committee, Madam Speaker. I go to required as required by law to report on petroleum fund performance. Right Honorable Speaker and all members, during the financial year ended 30th June.
Based on that recommendation,
yes.
Leader of Opposition, I hope we have a report from the accountability committees that will guide us on the accounting officers. We forwarded that document to the accountability committees.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for supporting the committee's report. Contingency, and that is, sorry. Petroleum performance. Right Honorable Speaker and all members, during the financial year ended 30th June 2025, the fund received a total of Uganda shillings 268.2 billion compared to Uganda shillings 184.01 billion for the previous financial year. And the details are on table 7 of this report. This constituted of Uganda shillings 261.5 billion and Uganda shillings 6.72 billion from tax and non-tax revenues respectively. Non-tax revenue includes surface rentals, sale of feasibility data, training fees, business licensing, among others. Generally, the increase in revenue earned in the period was attributed to increase in oil and gas activity following the development phase activities of the ongoing main projects of Tilenga, Kingfisher, coupled with the construction of the East African crude oil pipeline. Economic outlook. By the end of June 2026, the size of Uganda's economy is projected by June 2026 to expand to US dollars 68.4 billion, or in shilling terms, 251.4 trillion. And that is actually a growth of 7% of GDP. And GDP per capita is projected to increase to US dollars 1,399. And this is equivalent to Uganda shillings 5.03 million this financial year. The Ugandan economy, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, is projected to grow to 10.2%, 10.2% in a long time, in the financial year 2026-27, reflecting a strong medium-term growth outlook supported by sound macroeconomic management and improved productivity. And this growth is expected to be supported by government investments in productivity enhancing and income support programs such as PDM, EMIOGA, among others. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I go now to the annual budget estimates, the actual budget for the financial year 2026-2027. And that is actually on page 22 to 41. 50, legal compliance. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the committee undertook compliance assessment for the proposed annual budget against various legal requirements and reports as follows. 5.1, submission of the budgeted documents to Parliament. Section 12 of the PFMA Act Cap 171 requires the Minister on behalf of the President to present the proposed annual budget of a financial year to Parliament accompanied by several documents. Madam Speaker, the committee undertook a strict compliance assessment of the documents submitted to Parliament against the provision of the Public Finance Management Act Cap 171 and confirms that all the budget documents required were submitted to Parliament in line with PFM Act 171. And Madam Speaker, the table 8 below shows it. Item 1 complied. Item 2 complied. 3 complied. 4 complied. 5 complied. 6 complied. 7 complied. 8 complied. 9 complied. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and finally 17. All of them complied. This for the first time, Madam Speaker, a very great development that the Ministry of Finance has complied in providing all the documents that are required by law to be submitted to this House. 5.2, consistent with the National Development Plan, the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility and the Budget Framework Paper. We are required to do this. Honorable members, Section 12.6 of the PFMA Act 171 requires that annual budget is consistent with the National Development Plan, the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility, and the Budget Framework Paper. These are observations in summary. 1. The certificate of compliance of the annual budget to NDP4 issued by the National Planning Authority indicates that the proposed annual budget for the financial year 2026-27 is 76.6% compliant with to NDP4. This is an improvement from the previous financial year 2025-26, where the compliance level stood at only 66.7. 2. Areas with less desirable levels of compliance with NDP4 include a 21% alignment of local government annual work plans and budgets with NDP4. So there's a lot of work to do with the local governments. And failure of some MDAs to include output indicator targets in their budgets. They ask for, Madam Speaker, they ask for money, but they don't put any target. 3. In regard to NDP4, consistency with the program budget allocations measured by the share of the proposed program allocations against the total budget. The program budget allocations for financial year 2026-27 are largely consistent to NDP4, and the details are in table 2. I beg that members can go through them. They show the annual budget estimates, the allocations, the targets by NDP4, the actual allocations as we presented today, and the variations and the share of these allocations as the share of total budget for the coming financial year. The current chart of fiscal responsibility, Madam Speaker, for financial year 2021-2022 to financial year 2025-26 expires in June 2026. It's therefore premature for us to ascertain the consistency of the proposed annual budget for financial year 2026-27 with the current chart of fiscal responsibility. Number 5, Right Honourable Speaker, it is important to note that the government has encountered consistent challenges in meeting the fiscal rules or benchmarks it has set in the past charters of fiscal responsibility. For instance, the fiscal deficit to GDP has consistently been above the 3% target, debt to GDP ratio is above the 50% benchmark. Domestic debt interest payments to total revenues has also continued to exceed the 12.5% CFR benchmarks. I hope the next Charter of Fiscal Responsibility will address itself to these concerns. 6, in regards to consistency with the budget framework paper, the proposed program budget allocation for the financial year 2026-27 are largely consistent with the VFP program allocations as detailed in table 9 on the next page. And this is important to note, colleagues and honorable members. Right Honorable Speaker, in this budget, government came back to this House, and in addition to the proposed annual budget for the financial year 2026-27, government has also provided additional funds for key funding gaps as recommended by Parliament during the consideration of the budget framework paper, which we presented in January, February. These additional funds include, among others, 664.38 billion Uganda shillings for the completion of the ongoing road construction projects. 2, government has also added 45 billion for rural electrification and connectivity. Furthermore, government has also added another 100 billion for the procurement of essential medicines and health supplies. Furthermore, government has given 20 billion to facilitate for export promotion. Government has also again given 100 billion for cattle compensation in northern Uganda. And furthermore, government has given 20 billion for the purchase of ambulances, and another 10 billion for the maintenance and operations and maintenance of ambulances. I think we should clap for this. Government starting to listen to us. So we'll now have every ambulance will have a card for fuel. 5.3, gender and equity responsiveness of the budget. Section 1211E of the PFMA Cap 171 requires the minister responsible for finance to present to Parliament certificate of gender and equity responsiveness in a consultation with the Equal Opportunities Commission. 1, certifying that the budget is gender and equity responsive, and 2, specifying the measures taken to equalize opportunities for men and women, persons with disabilities, and other marginalized groups. On the 1st of April 2026, the Minister submitted a certificate of gender and equity compliance of the draft annual budget estimate for 26-27. The certificate indicates that a compliance level of 70%, up from 68.5% in the financial year 25-26. In this regard, however, the committee observed that the measures highlighted in the certificate of gender and equity responsiveness do not provide explicit measures to equalize opportunities for men, women, persons with disabilities, and marginalized groups. The measures indicated are just budget allocations towards interventions that could be considered gender and equity related. So the committee actually examined this, and I think there's need for more work in this area. And in this regard, any gender certificate issued to Parliament should include explicit and detailed measures to equalize opportunities for men, women, persons with disabilities, and marginalized groups in the coming years. 5.4, budgets of public corporations and state enterprises. Right Honorable Speaker and my colleagues, Section 1211F requires the Minister of Finance, Plan and Economic Development to submit to this House all budgets of public corporations and state enterprises. However, only budgets of 21 public corporations and state enterprises were submitted out of 61 public corporations and enterprises. So, under Volume 3 of the draft estimate, that the big documents that Honorable Musazis was laying here, you saw them, 13,000 pages. The public corporations and state enterprises that were not submitted to Parliament under Volume 3 of the draft estimates for financial year 2026 to 27 include, so as you see in the table 10, those included in Volume 3, those were submitted at 21, and they are there. Those that were not submitted are many. There are almost 40. There are no documents for Bujagali Energy Limited, for Dairy Corporation Limited, Deposit Protection Fund, Electricity Regulatory Authority, Enterprise Uganda, Housing Finance Bank, Housing Finance Investments, Insurance Training College, Kampala Industries and Business Park, Kira Motors, Kilembe Mines, Nakivubo War Memorial, National Drug Authority. Nothing was submitted also on National Enterprise Corporation, nothing on National Housing and Construction Company, New Vision, Pearl Bank, Pride Microfinance. All of those, they were not submitted. I can continue on and on. Uganda Development Bank, Uganda Development Corporation, Uganda Energy Credits, Uganda Fisheries Enterprise, Uganda Livestock Industries, Uganda National Airlines, Uganda National Oil Company, Uganda Post Limited, Uganda Seed Company, Uganda Telecommunications Corporation, Uganda Wildlife Authority. No documents were given on Uganda Retirement Benefits Authority, Nile Hotel International, Kenyatta Sugar Works, National Social Security Fund, Tropical Uganda Electricity Corporations, and so on. So the committee therefore observes as follows. 1, according to the Auditor General report, government does not maintain, the Auditor General found that government does not maintain a comprehensive database of public corporations and state enterprises. And this undermines comprehensive scrutiny of financial performance of public corporations and state enterprises. 2, the legal provision of the PFMA Cap 171 is consequently being violated with regard to the non-provision of all budgets for public corporations and state enterprises. And the committee recommends as follows. 1, the committee reiterates its earlier recommendation that Accountant General should establish a comprehensive database for all public corporations and state enterprises, which should capture information such as the name of the entity, the business, the industry, the location, the shareholding, the directors, their email addresses, among others, to enable easy traceability and independent verification. Number 2, The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should ensure that in subsequent years, the draft budget estimates for state-owned enterprise and public corporations comprehensively capture the detailed budgets of all public corporations and state enterprises as required under Section 1211F of the PFMA. Because colleagues and Right Honorable Speaker, we provide, you supply in this house money to these corporations. And we need to know our shareholding and the details of these companies. Why are they? Why are they? Who are the directors? 5.5, replenishment of the contingency fund. Right Honorable Speaker and members, Section 25 of the PFMA Cap 171 provides that the contingency fund shall be replenished every financial year with an amount equivalent to 0.5% of the appropriated annual budget of government of the previous financial year. The approved budget for financial year 25-26 was Uganda shillings 72,376.481 billion. Therefore, the contingency fund for financial year 2026-27 is expected to be replenished by Uganda shillings 361.88 billion Uganda shillings. According to the annual draft estimates for financial year 26-27, Uganda shillings 367.88 billion has been actually allocated to the contingency fund, which is consistent with the legal framework paper. The legal framework, sorry. 6.0, I'm about to conclude, Madam Speaker. The annual budget estimates for financial year 2026-27, economic strategy. Government's economic strategy, Uganda's economic is forecasted to expand by 10.4% by the close of financial year 2026-2027, marking a significant growth rate from the estimate of 7.3% at the end of financial year 2025-26. This robust growth outlook will be primarily driven by the commencement of oil production, which is expected to generate substantial revenue and stimulate productivity through strong intersectoral linkages. Additionally, the economy will benefit from a sustained investments in the private sectors outlined in a tenfold growth. And the tenfold growth, the details are provided there in Madam Speaker. I don't have to go to details. This has been even the BFP before. The fiscal strategy outlined by government that the fiscal strategy will continue to be hinged on fiscal consolidation agenda that will include reforms that will ensure that efforts in domestic revenue mobilization, resources in the current fiscal framework are reprioritized, and 3, issues that affect project execution are addressed. 6.2, budget strategy for financial year 26-27. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this is the second budget as reported by the Minister in the implementation of NDP 4. The goal of NDP 4 is higher household incomes, full monetization of the Ugandan economy, and employment of sustainable economic transformation. The goal is reported by government to be pursued under the theme of sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. Madam Speaker and colleagues, the budget strategy for 26-27 is therefore based on the principles of tenfold growth. That is Artemis, agro-industry development, tourism development, mineral-based industrial development, 4, sustainable development of petroleum resources, oil and gas, and 5, development of the petrochemical industries and knowledge economy. That's mainstreaming ICT and STI into our economy. The budget for financial 26-20 will continue to provide Artemis and the enablers. The enablers are outlined also there: security, infrastructure, roads, electricity, railway. I got 6.3, the resource envelope. Madam Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, and members, the resource envelope for the financial year 2026-2027 amounts to Uganda shillings 84,391.74 billion and 84 trillion 391 billion 740 million. This is a rise from Uganda shillings 72 trillion 376 billion 480 million. as detailed in financial year 25-26, and the details of the resources are in table 11. So our new budget in the coming financial year is thus about 84.4 trillion. 6.4. How does government plan to spend this money? Right, Honourable Speaker and all members, the 84.4 trillion will be spent as follows. The expenditure allocations in the financial year 2026-27 are projected to increase by about 11,917.68 billion compared to the approved budget of financial year 25-26 as detailed in table 12 and 13. This increase mainly driven by the additional budget allocations to the following critical expenditure priorities. So, Madam Speaker and colleagues, this is where the 84.4 trillion will go. 1. Transport and energy infrastructure, especially meeting government's counterpart funding commitment for flagship projects such as Kampala-Jinja Expressway, the standard gauge railway, the meter gauge railway, electricity for industrial parks, and water supply, etc. Government plans to allocate Uganda shillings 1.38 trillion. 2. Government also plans to allocate 111 billion towards the rehabilitation and maintenance of KCCA roads, the drainage and cleanup. 3. Government also is allocating 918 billion for the completion of ongoing road projects, national road maintenance, and district urban and community access roads. 4. Government is allocating 200 billion to science, technology, and innovation, including Kira Motors. 5. Government is allocating 1.16 trillion towards the enhancement of salaries for primary school teachers, secondary school arts teachers, BTVET staff, enhancement of wage for UPDF scientists, and implementation in the welfare of public servants, 1.16 trillion. Number 6, government has allocated 556.78 billion towards the strengthening specialized health facilities, national and regional referral hospitals, and increasing the stock of essential medicines. This is a great development. It was not there before. Number 6, this is an increment. Government is also allocating financing for multi-sectoral interventions for meeting our commitments to host AFCON 27, 496.3 billion. Government is also allocating 300 additional financing for security of 318.12 billion. Furthermore, government is allocating 267 billion to support for strategic private investments under Uganda Development Corporation, UDC. 10. Government is allocating 205 billion for infrastructure improvement and research capacity enhancement for all public universities. 11. Government is giving another 205 billion for fast-tracking Fast Oil, that's UNOC and Petroleum Authority. 12. Government is giving 145 billion for improving operations of Uganda Airlines. And among others, government is also giving 100 billion for the restocking of cattle in northern Uganda. I mentioned about ambulance and others. In brief, Madam Speaker and colleagues, overall, in the financial year 26-27 budget, it reflects a growth-oriented but also controlled expenditure pattern with significant increases in infrastructure, energy, manufacturing, health, and then human capital development, particularly in health and education. And these are notable contractions, but they are notable contractions in housing and extractives. The term, colleagues and Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I refer you to table 13 for the details of the detailed allocations by program. I go to 6.5, Madam Speaker, and conclude. The budget priorities for financial year 2026-27. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, government budget priorities for the financial year 2026 are as follows. In terms of programs, agro-industrialization with a proposed allocation of Uganda shillings, agro-industrialization is going to get Uganda shillings 2.264 trillion. And this will specifically go to agricultural research, provision of agricultural inputs, including fertilizer, water for irrigation, extension services, E, agro-processing and value addition, F, post-harvest handling and storage facilities, G, inspection, surveillance, certification, enforcement of quality standards, and market access. That's where UNBS comes in. Number 2, on tourism development, with a government is giving a proposed amount of Uganda shillings 571.52 billion, specifically under tourism, for branding and marketing of Uganda as a tourist and investment destination. B, for infrastructure development in tourism sites. C, for construction of refreshment centers and highway sanitation facilities. D, improving and enforcing hospitality standards and training. And E, promoting health tourism by investing in specialized health facilities. Number 3, government also plans to put money in mineral-based industrial development, including oil and gas, with a proposed allocation of Uganda shillings 435.55 billion, particularly for the following. A, for continued quantification of mineral resources, starting with iron ore, gold, and copper, and strengthening their tracking system. B, capitalization of the Uganda National Mining Company. C, establishing mineral markets and buying centers to enable transparent mineral trading. D, expediting finalization of the East African crude oil pipeline. And E, prioritization of the construction of the oil refinery. Under 4, science, technology, innovation, including ICT and creative arts industry. Government plans to allocate 1.16 trillion, and this will go to the following investments. A, taking ACI products to the market, especially Kira motor vehicles, coffee, dairy, biopharma drugs and vaccines, and banana products. B, establishing a high-tech city to support development of technologies and innovations. C, additional investment, research and development. D, increasing coverage, reliability, and affordability of internet. E, enhancing digitization of government services and e-commerce. F, promoting business process outsourcing for job creation. And G, finalizing and implementing the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act to protect intellectual property, property and artistic works. All members, the co-set budget priorities under the enablers include the following. 1, full monetization of Uganda's economy with a proposed allocation of Uganda shillings 2.49 trillion for the various wealth creation programs, including the PDM, which is allocated 1.084 trillion shillings. Export guarantee schemes is 180 billion shillings. Funds for women in business, the GROW project, 75.9 billion. Uganda Development Corporation, 454.1 billion. Uganda Development Bank, Uganda shillings 442.2 billion. Emyoga, 100 billion. Youth programs under State House, 58.5 billion. Microfinance for 48.5 billion. And agricultural credit facility, 50 billion. 2, towards maintaining peace, security, and rule of law, government is proposing an allocation of 10.202 trillion. 3, towards capital development, there is a proposed allocation of 13.521 trillion. And this will specifically go, we are proposing an estimate in a phased manner, starting with the 25%. I already mentioned this, the salaries for art teachers, primary school teachers, secondary school teachers, arts teachers and businesses, technical and vocational education, training institutions, with a total financing of 550.4 billion. Government also proposes to an additional 496.3 billion to finance multi-sectoral interventions towards the preparedness. This is beyond the specific money to AFCON, but there are sectors surrounding AFCON success, and they are giving an extra 496.3 billion to finance multi-sectoral interventions towards preparedness for AFCON 27. 4, infrastructure development, that's the roads, railways, and energy. There is a total allocation of 10.85 trillion, of which roads, railways, water transport, and air transport have been allocated 8.788 trillion, and electricity 2.068 trillion. Priority areas include the SGR, meter gauge railway, roads development, the special express highways, including the Kampala-Jinja Express Highway, rehabilitation and maintenance of both tarmac and Maram roads, the Bukwasa port and ferries, and electricity generation, transmission, and distribution lines. 5, manufacturing with a proposed allocation of 1.048 trillion. And the priority areas include on continued development of infrastructure and priority industrial parks. 6, environmental and natural resource conservation and protection. There is 514.08 billion for environment protection and restoration. 7, administration of justice with a proposed allocation of Uganda shillings 651.55 billion. Legislation and oversight with a proposed allocation of 1.226 trillion. Number 6.6, multi-year commitments. Section 12.3 of the PFMA Cap 171 requires the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development to present to the House for the next financial year to Parliament, accompanied with a statement for the multi-year commitments being undertaken by government in the subsequent financial year. Furthermore, the statement seeks to require Parliament to authorize government ministries, departments, and agencies responsible for implementing development projects that span more than 1 year to enter into multi-year obligations in order to properly implement projects with the available fiscal within the available fiscal space. Accordingly, multi-year commitment statement for the financial year 2026-27 indicates that Uganda's public investment plan PIP for the financial year 26-27 to financial year 2030-2031 contains 357 projects, of which 306 are ongoing and 51 are new, with a total investment value of 138.18 trillion. Of this amount, Uganda shillings 58,172 billion, that's 43%, is expected from government of Uganda resources, while 79,209 billion, that's 57%, is projected from external financing, indicating continued reliance on development partner funding to deliver the public investment portfolio for our country. The multi-year commitment profile indicates that governments prioritizing completion of existing investments as ongoing projects account for about 85.7% of the PIP portfolio, while new projects account for just under 14%, that's 14.3%. This is a positive signal for project continuity, and I beg to state that, but it also confirms that the fiscal space remains constrained and insufficient to fully cover all the outstanding domestic commitments in the budget year. And the committee observations and recommendations are as follows. The recent performance of multi-year commitments trend raised concerns about government's capacity to execute these multi-year commitments on time. Madam Speaker, in the financial year 2024-25, the approved budget for multi-year commitments was Uganda shillings 18.423 trillion, but only 14.18 trillion was released, equivalent to 77% budget performance, while actual expenditure amounted to 9.756 trillion. This is an absorption of 6.8%. So generally, performance was weaker for externally financed projects, where budget absorption was just under 43%. The committee recommendations. 1. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends as follows. 1. Government should strengthen the link between new project admissions and available fiscal space by ensuring that no project is admitted into the PIP without provision for counterpart funding and medium-term affordability within the MTEF. 2. The committee also recommends that, in addition, counterpart funding for externally financed projects should be ring-fenced and centrally monitored, because inadequate counterpart funding and the counterpart provision remains one of the most persistent causes of delayed disbursements, poor absorption, and interest rate increments. So, strengthening these controls would improve execution, reduce interest rate and certificate arrears, and enhance value for money for Uganda's public investment portfolio. 3. There is also a need to prioritize completion of high-impact ongoing projects before taking on additional commitments, especially in programs with large exposure such as transport, energy, human capital development, among others. Alongside, the Ministry of Finance and implementing MDAs should tighten procurement discipline, improve project readiness at entry, and therefore enforce the use of certified project managers to address the low absorption and cost overruns highlighted in the commitment. Finally, I don't know, Madam Speaker, I don't know what we shall do with this, because this keeps coming on every year about multi-year commitments and interest rate escalation because of failure to implement projects in time. Finally, the committee recommends that Parliament approves the multi-year commitments for financial 26 and the medium term. Madam Speaker and colleagues, the fiscal risks and mitigation measures are outlined in 6.7. And of course, there are some of them are exogenous to our economy, especially the wars in the Middle East. And the government has proposed a number of strategies to mitigate that risk. Madam Speaker, I go to conclusion. Right Honourable Speaker and all members, arising from the corrigenda adjustments, the following figures in the table below are recommended for supply and appropriation as expenditure for the financial year 2026-27. The table below is a consolidation of Schedule A, B, and C in the annexure. I beg to report, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the Budget Committee. Thank you for a very good report. We have another report, the minority report. Honorable Basandira, why don't you leave Ibrahim?
So why is Ogwanga threatening me? I want to thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I will straight away go to the report. Page number 1 has the introduction, and it also outlines the areas of dissent. Honorable Speaker, the Public Finance Management Act, Section 12, under which the annual budget is presented, requires that it should be presented together with a number of documents, including policy statements. Those policy statements must contain annual and 3 months work plans, procurement plans, outputs, outcomes, targets, and performance indicators. Honorable Speaker and members, as the Budget Committee on behalf of Parliament was concluding consideration of the budget, the Minister, as usual, walked in with a agenda increasing the budget by 97 billion and also reallocating 862 billion. The money increasing the budget came with no procurement plans, worker plans, annual recruitment plan, etc., as required by the Public Finance Management Act. All votes mentioned in the agenda didn't present revised annual procurement plans, no revised recruitment plans, no revised cash flow projections. This money is susceptible for abuse. We highly suspect that this last-minute movement of money from stationary to travel, from development to recurrent, was deliberately to replace money where it can easily be accessed. The minister claimed they are correcting errors. Why wait and introduce it at the tail end, giving Parliament no chance to scrutinize it? The Public Finance Management Act further states in Section 1211C that annual budget must be accompanied by a statement of budget signed by the Minister and the Secretary to the Treasury, attesting to the reliability and completeness of the information provided under this section and the conformity of the information to the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. This core agenda, forgive my spelling, that the Honorable Musasizi Henry Ariganyira trafficked about 48 hours ago goes against this text and spirit of this section. The table on page 2 summarizes the changes that that the core agenda is proposing. Other than the core agenda, we also oppose to the passing of the budget in its current form. The revenue and expenditures proposed don't conform to the aspirations of our people as contained in the National Development Plan. Huge sums of money are allocated to luxury and also given to friends of President Museveni, as has been the practice for many years. Money gifted to the likes of Pineti should be reallocated to education, agriculture, health, and roads, and we will be demonstrating later. This is Museveni's 41 budget he is presenting to the country after 41 years in power. Article 115 of the Constitution states that the President shall cause to be prepared and laid before Parliament in each financial year, but in any case, not later than the 15th day before commencement of the financial year, estimates or revenues and expenditure of government for the next financial year. This article is reproduced in Section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, as I said, this is a budget number 41. President Yoweri Museveni Tibuhaburwa Kaguta has caused to be prepared. You can see, I don't know why Parliament has a habit of distorting photos, but the first one is how he looks like when he was presenting the first budget. Then the middle, after about 20 years in power. And the last one is when he's presenting the budget number 41. The 2026-27 84 is now 0.3 trillion national budget. The NRM government has proposed for next financial year 84.391 total annual budget. And I summarize it here. The first table on the left is where the money will come from, and then the table on the right is what the money will do. You can see the table on the right, debt servicing is going to consume 40% of the budget. Then wages and salaries will consume about 14 trillion. And then you have other staff expenses, about 8 trillion. Classified expenditure, 2.6. What remains is just 25. Allocated to debt servicing, as I have said in the table, is 33.6 trillion, which is 40% of the budget. The proposed salary increment of about 1.2 trillion to various servants, public servants, including teachers and other entitlements, will raise country's wage bill from 8.5 trillion to about 9.7. The wage bill and other allowances have hit 14.1 trillion, representing 16.7% of total budget. Public servants are just about 400,000, but in this budget they have 14 trillion to themselves. There are also other direct expenses by public servants, such as vehicle fuel, special meals, and newspapers, which will cost another 8.2 trillion, representing 9.7% of the total budget. There is classified expenditure of 2.6 trillion, which is 3.1% of the budget. These four items alone are consuming 70% of the entire budget. What remains for you to debate, honorable members, is just 25 trillion, which is 30% of the budget. I therefore want Parliament to note that you are presented with a highly constrained budget that needs a real surgery if it is to make meaning to the population. I now want to break down these items that are consuming 40% of the budget. So if you look, the first table represents debts that we will pay. And in these debts now I am showing you whose debts we are paying. First, we are paying Congo. The NRM leaders are not only accused of stealing from their people, they are also accused of stealing from neighbors. One such a neighbor that has fallen victim to the NRM leaders' stealing habits is the Democratic Republic of Congo. During the 1997-98 invasion of Congo, senior NRM leaders helped themselves with Congolese women, timber, gold, and other minerals. They were also accused of recruiting and deploying Congolese children as soldiers. Congo took Uganda to the International Court of Justice, and since judges there are not cadres, Uganda lost the case, and after a lot of pleading, we were ordered to pay for our crimes. We have since 2021 been emitting billions annually. Paying Congo is part of Uganda's public debt servicing. The NRM government has included in this budget that you are passing 260.4 billion, which will be paid to DR Congo.
Honorable Semujo, would you touch if you say the government rather than specifying NRM government?
Madam Speaker, you didn't ask the
Yes,
Honorable
just
Mr.
government.
Azizi. You also didn't ask the main report because they are saying they're implementing NRM manifesto. For them, you're not stopping them. So why does it become a problem?
I never
if I am
heard them
referring to
talk
NRM?
about it. I never
It is
heard
in the
them
report,
talk
main
about
report on all pages. They are referring to NRM manifesto, NRM what?
Madam Speaker, the document the colleague is presenting here is going to remain on the Hansard of this Parliament for posterity. For him to begin to assume and allege and insinuate that it is the NRM government which entered to plumber Congo is one thing, Madam Speaker, we beg for your indulgence. The NRM political party as an organization has its own secretariat. The NRM government, which we want to confirm.
But by the way, NRM did not go and steal from Congo.
That is what I'm coming to that. So I would actually want to go on a point of order. Why am I on a point of order? Is it in order for Honorable Semuju Nganda to insinuate as if it is the NRM which entered Congo as NRM and plundered Congo as is alleging? Because, Madam Speaker, I am here to ask us to go on record and state facts. And also, Madam Speaker, I've been listening to the words of the Minority Report. The language being used, it's unparliamentary, with due respect. And now I wish some of the content in this report is expanded, because it is entirely unparliamentary for us to continue allowing a colleague to read such a report. I have just passed through here, and you're going to continue seeing the content which he has put in there. Madam Speaker, is Honorable Semuju Nganda in order to continue insinuating as if it is the NRM government which entered and plundered the Congo, as is alleging? Is he in order?
Honorable members, if there was a theft, which you're saying it was there, it must have been by individuals. It's not by NRM government. And when you talk about the age, from the time, age is golden. Actually, you should even pray that you also become that old. Eh? It is just fair for you to say government is paying this money for the acts of other people.
Madam
Because
Speaker,
now,
Madam Speaker, I have not said the NRM government. I have actually said NRM leaders. You only needed to be careful. I didn't say NRM government. And if you are careful, I am going to tell you those NRM leaders in the subsequent paragraphs.
yes, please.
But really, this is abuse of our rules. I am presenting a report. The NRM government has included 260.4 billion in the coming financial year budget, which will be paid to DR Congo. The 260.4 billion is the last of the 5 installments. The last installment will bring the final figure to shilling 1.2 trillion. Can you imagine? Those who enjoyed Congolese women and gold are known and are there, but we are all being ordered to pay. And Honorable Gwanga is not one of them. This money should have been paid by government
so you
officials.
say they are paying because they enjoy.
But you wanted names. I'm going to give you
Point
names.
of
You
order.
are
Please, the word enjoying women, is that parliamentary? Let's be realistic. What do you mean? And even you're here saying, hey, is it parliamentary for you colleagues?
Honorable.
No, please, let's be realistic.
Honorable Semuju.
Yes.
Is this money paid because they enjoyed the women or what?
You see,
and you have to pay for enjoyment.
You see, Madam Speaker, the trouble is that when budget is brought here, it is brought together with 21 documents. I think the Honorable Gwanga is listening to the budget for the first time. And I want to ask him to first listen, because you will not be quarreling for every paragraph that I read. The money should have been paid by senior government officials named in the pradering of Congo, such as Lieutenant General Severino Kaindo Tafire and General Karebu Akandonao. General Museveni said for him the only thing he took from Congo during the period of the war was a stick. Museveni's friend Penet given another 350 billion. In next year's budget, I am explaining money they are going to spend on servicing the debt, which is 40% of our budget. In next year's budget, there is shilling 305 billion for President Museveni's dear friend, Enrica Maria Aristidina Penetti. Again, for our controversial war specialized hospital project. This money is part of the 33 trillion public debt service obligation. On the list of the debt, it is listed as others. That's what the Honorable Musasizi has done. He has listed it as others. We have so far given Aristidina 916 billion, which is equivalent of 247 million US dollar. Now Pineti wants another 489 billion to complete the route. This will bring total amount spent on Pineti's project to 1.4 trillion. Remember, at the beginning of this project, Museveni handlers, including Honorable David Bahati, told Parliament that Uganda was spending about 200 billion on medical care abroad, and that an investor, Aristidina, was going to help us construct a super health facility in 48 months, which she will manage for 8 years and hand it over to Uganda. Uganda then would pay her using money budgeted for medical care abroad. That was the Pineti story. Nobody, I think, knew that Pineti debt obligation would become part of public debt. Uganda is borrowing money at high interest rate and passing it over to Pineti Aregedi to construct a hospital for us. Mind you, Pineti is not a contractor, she is not a medical person, but rather a dealer in furniture. Her overall project represents the highest level of abuse of public trust. This Parliament demanded for a value for money audit before more money is sunk in. But as usual, this was abandoned, and Pineti is smiling all the way to the bank. And in this budget, they have also allocated the Minister of Works 21.54 billion to construct roads around Ruoa Hospital, which has become a monument of corruption under Museveni. I now go to Rocco on page 7.
Honorable Semuju, before you go to Rocco, have you ever gone to, have you gone to Entebbe Airport through the main road? Around Luboa? No, I'm just...
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Haven't you seen that hospital there?
I have seen a structure coming up, not worth 1.4 trillion.
Okay, the structure is there, the hospital is there. Yes, next.
Page 7, Rocco. The NRM government has included in next financial year's budget 32.2 billion to help Rocco Construction Company meet its debt obligation. Rocco debt problems are now also part of Uganda's public debt servicing, courtesy of Mzee Museveni. Remember, in 2022, I don't have to read each and everything on this page, when these problems of Rocco came here. So in the end, we are going to be giving these proprietors of Rocco 207 billion. I now go to Ntungamo Coffee, which has taken 254 billion so far. Page 8. During financial year 20, and I can actually summarize with a table on page 9. So far, we have invested 188.6 billion in this company, and the proprietor to Gume was seen recently in the cabinet demanding for more. I go to Kira Motors.
Which cabinet? So you mean you have spies in cabinet?
But isn't cabinet part of organs of the state?
You belong to the state. I'm
All
happy
of us.
today you appreciate you
All
belong
of
to the
us Uganda,
state.
we are part of the Ugandan state.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, Kira Motors, in the budget there is 200 billion that has been added to the Ministry of Science and Technology to, among others, fund the operations of Kira Motors. You have heard in the main report, enterprises are supposed to bring their budgets here and we approve them. Kira Motor has not brought, but they are giving it money. More money. And the table summarizes so far what we have put in Kira Motors to produce those buses. I go to UDC on page 10. UDC, the NRM government has included next financial year's budget 304 billion for Uganda Development Corporation. Out of shame, Mr. Museveni no longer brings some of his friends' companies to Parliament for funding directly during the budget processing. Being a Muyekera rebel, he uses panya shortcuts. He puts the money in the National Development Corporation, which they scavenge on as soon as the budget is passed. He has now lined up.
Honorable President Museveni is not a rebel. No, let him say it himself, but let it not come out of this house. Let's be fair to each other. Let it not come out of this house.
Yeah, but Madam Speaker,
if somebody says me I'm a rebel, let it be from him, but not coming from us. Let's just have some decorum.
Madam Speaker, I take the president very seriously. When
No,
he says
that statement of rebel should be withdrawn. Talk about Atiaka Sugar, it is okay. But don't say the president is a rebel.
what I will do, I will go and help him to edit his book, Sowing the Mustard Seed. From then, I will no longer call him a
Because when you look, a source of your information, you have not said it is from the mustard seed.
Madam Speaker, you are making me do a lot of exercise by sitting and standing.
Actually,
can I answer the questions after I have presented?
But the one of Muyekera and Rebel should not be included in our report.
Okay, President Museveni is not a Muyekera.
He's the president of the Republic of Uganda.
I agree, Madam Speaker. He has now lined up 304 billion for UDC and Atiaka Sugar Factory. The main client of UDC will be one of the beneficiaries. In fact, Atiaka has been allocated 100 billion. We have so far invested 668 billion in this controversial Atiaka Sugar Factory, mainly through UDC. The 100 billion new allocation will bring total investment in this company to 768 billion. The proprietor, Amina, has invested 125 billion, but she has 60% shares in the company. And Uganda, that has invested more than 600, has 40 shares. The Auditor General, in his latest report, December 2025, says, in the last 10 years, government has, through UDC, invested 1.3 trillion in 22 companies. 8 of these companies are recording net losses. Another 8 companies that UDC loaned 223 billion, 238 billion, have not paid the principal nor the interest. UDC is expected to operate with a degree of independence, but it is being financed through project-specific funding. Government releases funds to UDC that are already earmarked for specific projects such as Atiaka Sugar, leaving UDC with no space to conduct proper investment appraisal according to Auditor General. The return on investment in UDC is 0.09% according to AG report. The table on page 11 up, just a summary of what we have put in Atiak, and then I go to presidential initiative on banana. They want 70 billion. The presidential initiative on banana is one of other controversial investments of our dear leader. It is headed by Professor Moranga. They want 70 billion for their operations next financial year. The presidential initiative on banana industrial development has become a bottomless speed, and I show the money that has gone there so far in this budget. They want 70 billion. I now go to page 12. I'll leave the table summarizing banana initiative. There is also day. We would like to inform Parliament that day by farmer proprietor Dr. Matthias Magora has requested for another bailout worth 1.5 trillion. He was seen in an interview attending a cabinet meeting that discussed the budget. Leke Tugume, he has been asked to wait until an assessment on his controversial factory is done, and I want to thank Finance for this. Don't again be surprised when this request surfaces at some stage during budget implementation through a supplementary. These fellows are now attending cabinet meetings. The ministers are here, let them deny. On 17th April 2024, the Minister of Finance and Planning and Economic Development presented the supplementary, and I want to leave this just giving you how much money so far they has taken. He now wants 1.5 trillion. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I am now going to the cost of borrowing, because I have told you some of the beneficiaries of the 33 trillion in this budget that we are going to appropriate. So you've heard the names of the beneficiaries. They are waiting for you here. On Monday they will be in the banks. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we need to be very careful when allowing government to borrow huge sums of money to finance the budget. It has huge implications to the health of our economy. One of those implications is interest payment. Interest payment has now hit 46 trillion. Because of reckless borrowing, we have paid 21.6 trillion in interest on money, mainly borrowed from commercial banks and pension funds in the last 4 years. This financial year, 2025-2026, we are paying 11.4 trillion in interest, and we have budgeted in this budget 13.8 trillion for next financial year. This will bring total interest payment to 46.9 trillion in 6 years. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, Our people are working for commercial banks that are foreign owned. And below you will see these banks, because what we call domestic, it is these fellows just trafficking money. Kindly go back to because this table up here, it gives you the interest that we have paid over this period. And if you aggregate this interest, it equals a full budget of a full financial year. So in 4 years, in 5 years of our term, this particular parliament, we have had only 4 budgets. The 5th budget is for paying interest. I go to another implication of borrowing to finance the budget, commitment fees. Commitment fees hitting 763.7 billion in 2026-2027. The NRM government has budgeted 185.5 billion next financial year to pay for commitment fees. This is the money we borrow. This is the money we pay on loans contracted but not yet utilized. In the last 5 years of our term in office, the NRM has spent 329 billion paying commitment fees for money borrowed but not utilized. When you add next financial year's commitment fees with the earlier one, you come to nearly 763. You borrow money, you don't use it, and then they charge you commitment fees, and you lose 763 billion. When you are naive, it is possible to be working for money lenders without noticing. It is up to the NRM government to prove that they are not working for money lenders. These money lenders are foreign. In mortgaging Uganda, the NRM government must prove that they are not agents of foreign interest. You closed Greenland Bank, Cooperative Bank, and sold Uganda Commercial Bank. You replaced them with foreign-owned banks from which you are borrowing lots of money and paying obscene amounts in interest. Who are you working for, UNRM? I now go to wages, allowances, below page 14. Madam Speaker and members, I invite you to look at this table in this budget. This table, when you come to page 15, it starts from page 14 to 15. I have already made a reference to it. The public employs 400,000 people. And for 400,000 people, you have included in the budget 14.1 trillion. Their salaries and allowances. But you represent 45 million people. How can you give 14 trillion to 400,000 people? What will you tell the others that you keep saying all ministers are on radio, PDM? 400,000 have taken 14. And this is not the only money they have taken. The table below is also representing other money. Welfare and entertainment, 214 billion. Special meals and drinks, 536 billion. Travel inland, 1 trillion. Travel abroad, 207 billion. Fuel, 514 billion. Donation, 196 billion. There is even money to buy a musical instrument, 800 million. Gas, firewood, and charcoal. We are going to spend 14 billion buying firewood and charcoal. Maybe you're going to burn the whole of Uganda. 14 billion buying charcoal, firewood. I invite you colleagues to look at the table. I don't have to take a lot of time. And the reason I'm doing so, the minister will come here waving a budget, agro-industrialization, mineral development. But this is where the money is going. Manufacturing. And then you can look at the table on page 16, other items in the budget. And I invite you, because they were given huge documents here. At the end of those documents, there is aggregated items on which we are spending money. But they have learned a very good language here. Agro-industrialization, and you think actually money is going there. So I'll jump 16, 17, 18, and come to page 19. Uganda has spent 5 trillion on Museveni in 5 years. President Museveni has budgeted 479 billion for his residence, State House. next financial year. State House is one of the benefits extended to the President under the President, Vice President, Prime Minister's Emolument and Benefits Act. Approved budget for State House this financial year is 508 billion, which was increased to 967 billion through supplementary requests. State House has learned tricks. They request for half of what they will spend in a year and keep increasing it through supplementary requests. The reason I have singled out State House is because it is even not complying with the Public Finance Management Act. If you look at their policy statement, policy statements are supposed under Section 12 of PFM 8 contain vehicle utilization report, but State House is embarrassed to provide this information. They are no longer providing, yet it's a legal requirement. They have this time even removed the list of staff, the one we were sharing last year where they have Mizushiani, Catherine Kusasia. Now they have plucked it off, yet the law says it must be there. I propose that we decline approval of State House budget until they have complied with the law. This table shows you how much money we have spent. And I am saying we've spent more on State House than on PDM in 5 years. The NRM government has budgeted another $1 trillion for parish development model. The Auditor General in the December report said 3.2 trillion had so far been spent on PDM by close of financial year. When you add this, it brings total to 4.2 trillion spent on PDM. The program PDM is supposed to get 39% of Uganda's households from subsistence economy to money economy. Uganda has 10.6 million households. Each household is home to about 4 people. The PDM is therefore supposed to benefit about 14.8 million people. You therefore need to note that in the last 5 years, we have spent 4.3 trillion on State House compared to 4.2 trillion on PDM. And then State House will go around the country that they are inspecting PDM and finding out why they are not getting rich. 4.3 on State House, 4.2 on PDM, 14 million people against the president and family. That's why he's swimming in money. Recently, you saw him splashing billions to TikTokers, just a matter of seconds. 100 million to each of the 400 NRM MPs that attended Chankwanzi Muchaka drills. I don't know. Maybe someone should tell us where this 100 million per NRM MPs Muchaka graduates came from. And in Chankwanzi, the emperor said, I don't want to hear corruption in parliament. And the beneficiary of 100 million each laughed and urinated. Financing the budget, I have finished expenditure now. Finally, I'm looking at where the money will come from. The table here summarizes. First, we will be raising money through tax and other revenues. Petroleum, budget support, local revenue, domestic borrowing, and external borrowing. And I am looking now at the source of money and their implications before you say aye. Taxing citizens out of existence. The NRM government wants to finance 52% of the budget through local revenue, mainly taxation. The rest of the money, 32 trillion, will be borrowed. Last financial year, Uganda Revenue Authority collected about 29 trillion. This table is just giving you the aggregate figures of what we'll be raising through which tax. We have just finished passing taxes. Payee alone, and we have just about 1 million Ugandans who are paying payee, 7 trillion. So I'll jump the page 21 and 22, and then go to page 23. The first table ending on top of page 23 is showing you the type of tax and the amount of money. And then the table below is showing you how much money URA has been collecting. I'll go to taxation. Taxation killing business. As usual, the NRM has revised its revenue collection targets randomly. The target is to collect 44.5 trillion in revenue, with taxes contributing about 41 trillion. The NRM government tends to arrive at figures through guesswork. They can announce a figure of 44.5 trillion local revenue just because they hear that in Kenya tax to GDP ratio is 18, while ours still at 14. This government lacks a comprehensive tax policy. We saw that when we are handling taxation. When I am Matia Kasaija, and I want you to listen to Matia Kasaija, those of you who are angry with me. He warned against this guesswork, and I don't know why it is continuing. This is what he said. In order to achieve our revenue potential, we'll move away from ad hoc annual tax policy changes. These piecemeal adjustments with little alignment to an overreaching strategy have created a high degree of unpredictability and uncertainty in our tax policy direction. That's what Kasaija said. But he continues coming here every year. We are opposed to some of these have been overtaken. I wish we had presented before the taxation bills were passed. So I will, page 24, the World Bank. The World Bank Human Capital Development and Growth Review spoke about the impact of taxation on unemployment. Over 90% of farms in Uganda are macro and informal, consisting mostly of self-employed households enterprises. While 28% of adults own or co-own a new business, Uganda also has some of the highest business discontinuation rates in the world. Factors contributing to this include high tax rates, corruption, and low human capital among both owners and their workers. Both World Bank and National Planning Authority report that of every 4 businesses started in Uganda, 3 will die before their 5th anniversary because of high cost of credit and because of taxation. I am urging you to stop approving new tax proposals because they have the potential to render our people joblessness. In this budget, and I'm trying to summarize now, borrowing 36 trillion to finance the budget. Here is the money that we will be borrowing in that table. From the above, you can see 42% of the budget will be financed by borrowing. I want to go to the last paragraph on page 24. Bank of Uganda puts total public debt at 124 trillion in its December 2025 report on the state of economy. In its December public debt statistical report, finance puts it at 126. I may not have to read each and everything, but I want to talk note, at least of the head notes. Domestic borrowing is killing private sector. This one I'll read, it's important. To finance the 84.2 trillion budget, this aging NRM government plans to raid the domestic financial market to borrow 25.9 trillion. Of the 25.9 trillion from domestic market, and 11.97 trillion will be used to directly finance the budget, while 13 is redemption. Let me make this very clear. The principal payment of money locally borrowed that will be due for payment next financial year is 13.9. This is what finance, Honorable Musasi, for that matter, has given all sorts of clan names, such as security redemption, debt rollover, refinancing. They don't want you to know that they have failed to repay the money lenders. That's why interest payment is skyrocketing, as we will see later. Honorable Speaker and members, government heavy borrowing from domestic market has serious ramifications to our economic growth as it keeps interest rates high and crowds out the private sector. That relies by about 97% on commercial banks for credit. Bank of Uganda, for example, in its December 2025 State of the Economy quarterly report, reveals that in the first quarter of this financial year, July, August, September, credit supply in the country stood at 5.8 trillion, while demand was at 8.2 trillion. During this period, the NRM government sought to borrow 6.18 trillion. Mind you, the available money private sector is 5, but they want to borrow 6. Private businesses and NRM government fought over this limited credit supply. This scavenging on the limited private sector credit is killing the private sector, because only 66.9 applications for credit that banks received, only 66 were approved, as banks prioritized government securities according to Bank of Uganda. The central bank noted cautious lending behavior towards the private sector. Mind you, of the 15.8 million working population according to National Planning Authority, 13.3 million are employed by the private sector. Therefore, limited supply of credit affects jobs of 13.3 million people directly. The International Monetary Fund, in its latest assessment on Uganda, notes that government debt now accounts for over 30% of commercial bank assets, up from 21% of 2019, and still rising. So the table below here, I don't have to read each and everything, is showing you sectors and how they have been accessing credit. If you go on page 27, and I'm running quickly to finish, you can see the sectors, and there, page 27, 28, 29. From the above, and I'm now on page 30. From the above table, we have seen the outstanding private sector credit loans that are in private sector hands, 25.4 trillion. Compare this to the total outstanding government public domestic debt at 67. This means that government accounts for 84% of the outstanding private credit loans, and the private sector just 16%. And then they say this economy is private sector driven. The ratio of domestic debt to private sector credit is worrying the central bank. Bank of Uganda, on page 29 of its December State of the Economy report, observes private sector credit growth could be constrained by increased government domestic borrowing, which could crowd out private sector credit if interest rates rise in response, as well as global economic uncertainty and heightened credit risk concerns. Dr. Ezra Suruma, a senior presidential advisor, has in his latest missive warned that a country without capital should prepare itself to be producing laborers. While other people will be investing in production for export, for you will be registering companies to externalize labor, because we are all being turned into laborers. Uganda has more labor export companies than agricultural ones. If you go and in town here, you observe. Other people export products, we're exporting human beings. Interest on debt, domestic debt, finishing our money. The NRM government will spend 33.4 trillion on debt servicing next financial year, representing 40% of the total budget. Bank of Uganda puts total budget. I don't have to repeat this. Let me go to page 31 for you to appreciate what borrowing domestically and borrowing from foreign sources means. The first table, this is external debt. Uganda's external debt is at 57.6 trillion. But the interest that we pay on that debt is 1.3 trillion. Domestic debt at 67, the interest we pay is 12.5 trillion. So anyone sensible would want to go and borrow externally. But I'll explain you why NRM is running away from. So below are the sources of borrowing. I want to go to page 32, budgeting high interest rate payment, offending the law. The NRM government has budgeted to pay 12.4 trillion interest on domestic debt, which is offending the Charter for Fiscal Responsibility and therefore the Public Finance Management Act. The Charter for Fiscal Responsibility sets 12.5% as the threshold of interest payment to revenue correction. This should be about 5 trillion. Instead, the NRM government has included in the budget 12.2 trillion for interest payment on domestic debt, representing 30% of projected revenue correction. So this offends the law. The colleagues can read the rest. I go to domestic borrowing causing unemployment. I have already referred to this. I don't have to overemphasize it. Now I go to page 33. NRM now wants to borrow from your mother. The NRM seems to have exhausted the domestic financial market. They are in final stages of developing an app that will allow them to borrow from your mother in the village. They want operators of mobile money platforms to develop them an app that will allow ordinary people to buy government security. All NRM innovations are about borrowing. They want to stretch their hand and begin to directly pick money from your grandmother's pocket. That's what this app means. Let the minister deny that they have not instructed those companies to develop it. NRM brutality affecting external funding. Parliament should take note that 13.5% of funds required to finance the budget will be raised through external borrowing and through budget support. The beauty with external financing is that most of the loans obtained through this measure are concession. Of course, there are semi-concession loans like those of China and commercial banks. below the total of what they will borrow externally for the budget next financial year. I have already spoken about the dangers of our debt. I now want to go to the budgets. I will summarize this. We've been here 5 years. We have passed 5 budgets. If you look at that table, those budgets represent in 5 years revised budget. When you include all the supplementaries, we have appropriated 324.7 trillion, but actually the actual money that we have spent is 269, representing 55.3 trillion. So in the 5 years we have been here passing budgets, the 55.5 trillion was not there to be spent. They just come and tell you huge budget for you to be happy. And so page 35, there is money for donation and no money for ambulance and new curriculum. This parliament must take note that the budget committee, since the recent events, has failed to recommend the movement of money from wasteful and suspicious expenditure to critical requirements. You needed to have been in the committee and see the fidgeting of NRM MPs. They can't even touch a comma because of what happened to Parliament. So as a result, for example, Minister of Health asked for 60 billion to buy ambulances, but has been given only 40. So some of your constituencies will have no ambulance. The minister wants to buy 158 ambulances for your constituencies. Health also asked for 20 billion for maintenance of ambulances, but has been given 10 billion. I saw the vice chair presenting and is very happy. So it means some constituencies, your ambulances will not be maintained. Because maintenance is 20 billion, they have given you 10 and you are saying you kill up. That's what the vice chair said. Kill up for 10. Let us remove 30 billion from State House, since the president has 130 billion for donation, and buy these ambulances and maintain them for the rest of the country. There is no money for the new curriculum. The National Curriculum Development Center has asked for just 6 billion to develop syllabuses of 32 subjects of A-level curriculum, assessment, guidelines, and training of teachers, but only 2.5 billion has been given. This is scandalous. Our children are being taught on guesswork because development of the A-level curriculum has not been concluded. Uganda National Examination Board has asked for 8 billion to train examiners on how to mark these new syllabus, but they have been given 0. What crime has Uganda committed against the NRM and its leadership? Already the IMF and World Bank are saying children who are in school today, their productivity level will not go beyond 39%. The world average is 50%. Why are we condemning our children? Trouble is that their children don't attend school here. We now ask you to look at the annex that outlines unfunded priorities. It comes as an annex. So you can't find 6 billion for curriculum. And then you have 130 billion for donation. And the vice chair is asking NRM MPs, get up. Your children are in secondary schools and children of the people you represent. No money for curriculum. Look at the human resource in public health facilities. We have just lost a colleague here, Honorable Nachimuri. There are people advising her to go to public facilities. Collectively, we want to find out whether it was negligence or incompetence. Let us also think about the thousands of people we represent who go to these public facilities and find no human resource. The Health Committee reported this scandal to this parliament. We discussed it in the budget committee, but NRM MPs have feared to recommend movement of money to finance these critical requirements. And please, I invite you to look. This table is from your committee. I saw the majority committee. Our work was to go and reconcile and consolidate. There is nothing they have consolidated in the main report. What they have done is actually to massage the budget. In fact, in the future, this parliament, you don't waste your time because they are making no recommendation apart from saying you pass the budget. I don't know why they are wasting your time. As soon as the Honorable Musasi tabled the estimates, you should have said aye. But we even went to a hotel to consolidate, but there was no consolidation. Look, this table, the referral hospitals, and I will go through some of them because some of you are clapping. Your health facilities have no human resource. Entebbe approved 1,195 they have only recruited 260. The human resources are 21.8%. And the vice chair says, crap. Guru. I hope there is nobody from Guru who has signed the majority report and is crapping. The hospital approved staff 1,273, filled 380. The hospital is operating at 29.8%, and they are urging you, get up. Fort Portal, the regional referral hospital, 1,157, that's the approved staff. The ones recruited so far, 295, they are operating at 26%. They say don't touch the budget, as if this budget is for one person. I don't have to read the entire list. Just look for your area before you get up and approve. Now I go to page 37. I am about to finish. There are delayed health infrastructure projects. These ones are spread in your constituencies. There is no money to complete them. And they are asking you, get up. The table on 38. The table on 38 is showing you these projects. There is no money to complete them. They are there, white elephants. And Honorable Esiagi and his vice are saying, get up. You can't get up. This is page 38, page 39. Then we go to outstanding area on page 39. And I don't have to go through them. Because all this information came from the Health Committee, you asked us to go and consolidate. They did not consolidate it because they didn't want to touch even a comma. Said we are in trouble. The man said, don't touch our budget. So I have helped you to consolidate. It's entirely up to you to pass or not. This is a status and analysis of areas. All these hospitals are in debt. They can't pay electricity. They can't pay pension. They can't pay salary. They can't pay water. And this information was brought to the committee to consolidate. Maybe the Honorable Esiagi and his deputy, you should ask them after, tell you to point to a particular page where they consolidated anything. And the recommendations are there. Human resource in public health facilities. This one, you forgive me, is being repeated. The delayed infrastructure on page 43. I don't have to repeat them. I already captured them. I now want to go. So these ones are repeated. For page 46, I already referred to it. You go to page 48. I have just about 2 pages to finish. The Honorable Msasis was here. He said this is Artemis, Minno development. In the budget framework paper, the Honorable Msasis proposed a budget of 1.6 trillion for extractive industry development. 1.6 trillion in the budget framework paper. Then when he left, he removed it. What has been brought today for you to pass is 435 billion. Not even what he brought in the budget framework paper. And he says the NRM manifesto as guided by the president. Please clap. Colleagues, you can clap. I am concluding now, page 48. The UBOS, in their latest report on what they call multidimensional poverty, because they are not only measuring income, they are looking at people's capacity to pay for hospital if they are fallen sick, the number of years they are in school, access to toilet facilities. And this is how they have summarized Uganda, and that's my summary. In Karamoja, people are suffering from multidimensional poverty. They are 91% in Karamoja. People suffering from multidimensional poverty. The vice chair comes from there, he says, crap. West Nile, people are suffering from multidimensional poverty, who can't go to school, have no access to toilet facilities. It is 73%. I am waiting to see if there is anyone from Western area who is going to clap. This is information from UBOS. Multidimensional poverty. That's where we are after 5 years. So the rest you can read about yourself. Sebei, multidimensional poverty, you are at 67%. These are people. Busoga is at 59, as usual. 60% of Busoga are suffering from multidimensional poverty. No access to improved toilet facilities, no access to energy for cooking, no access. There are 11 parameters that they measure, not just the income. So as you pass the budget, finally, I want to draw your attention to one table, the last table, which is Annex 1. So this table has the details as they came from your committees, which you asked us to consolidate, but they were never consolidated. There is a table I have skipped. I'll try to find it and share it. It has a human resource in public universities. Busitema is operating at 10%, where you send your children. And then they go to Middle East to be maids, and you are wondering. 10% human resource. All the universities, the average is about, Makerere I think is at 39. I'll get the table and share it. This is what you asked us as a budget committee to go and consolidate. But my colleagues were speaking to each other. So what do we do? No touching. And as a result, they have brought you a fake report and they're asking you to approve. I now invite you to approve a report that has items of your constituencies. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Honorable Ssemujju. All the statements that are unparliamentary, in this report must be expunged from the report. You can now debate. What is parliamentary? He wants to go for Juba first. Yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you. I want to thank the Committee of Budget and the authors of both reports. Right, Honourable Speaker.
This report has been signed by myself, the Honorable Dr. Ulme Baiga, and the Honorable Karim Masaba. Just that simple correction.
Thank you. But honorable members, we've been having discussions throughout, from BFP, ministerial statements, unless there's something that is really crucial. Asuman, is it there?
Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you. Right, Honourable Speaker, I have listened attentively to the reports. My biggest disappointment, right, Honourable Speaker, from both the majority and minority report relates to a resolution we passed here, right, Honourable Speaker. We did pass a resolution here urging government to consider sickle cell disease as a matter of public health emergency that requires some focused budgetary support. But right, Honourable Speaker, to put this matter into context, as we speak now, the sickle cell disease is the biggest non-communicable disease in the country. As we speak now, right, Honourable Speaker, 7 million Ugandans are carriers, 7 million. And if we are not careful, in the next 30 years, our children and children's children will have no people to marry or get married to. That is really how dangerous and bad the situation is. That's why we agreed here. We did make, I was in the budget committee when the health committee was making a presentation. If we don't invest in awareness, massive awareness, and if we don't invest in providing drugs to the health facilities, it is going to be a very big crisis. Already in Africa, we are number 3. In the whole world, we are number 5. So I expected the committees to really highlight, especially in light of the fact that we are on record for having taken a resolution. I want, at this point in time, Honourable Speaker, to urge my colleague, Honorable Musasizi, that in light of the resolution we took, there should really be some commitment on this matter. AIDS, which stands at 6% prevalence in the country, and also has budgetary support from donors, will receive, you'll discover will receive about 250 billion. And a disease that has at 20% prevalence without any budgetary support really has nothing. So I want to urge this parliament that one of the issues we can do is to have some focus. And like AIDS, when a person dies of AIDS, that is likely to be the end. But when somebody dies of sickle cell, the problem will remain on the earth because it's genetic. And that's how dangerous and bad it is. Right on Speaker, I've been singled out as a champion of the sickle cell disease. The other day you were meeting activists and designated you as a champion of the sickle cell disease. It would really be very unfortunate that we sickle cell activists and as this parliament that we don't make some commitment along those lines. Right on Speaker, the committee is here, the minister is also here. When they were in the committee, I remember the minister the chairperson of the committee did propose monies to go to these health facilities through NMS. And by the way, colleagues, your health facilities are no longer admitting people suffering from sickle cell disease. Why? They cannot admit them because there are no drugs. And once they are admitted, they have to be on drugs the rest of their life. So they are saying, you better remain where you are. And the percentages in your respective places, especially the ladies, I want you to take very keen interest. These irresponsible men are abandoning marriages. They are leaving women with these children. Right on Speaker, in Amuria, your neighbor there, a man picked his child because he was really, frustrated. He took the child to a swamp and killed him. Yes, in Amuria. He killed the child because of he was overwhelmed. So the community went and also looked for this man and they killed him. Now police is looking for the entire community for mob justice. So I thought since this parliament took a resolution, we would really have some focus on that, right on Speaker. And maybe the minister could make a comment on that, right on Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister. Let the minister first respond to that one of sickle cell.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the matter Honorable Suman is raising is pertinent and touching to our lives. But what I can say is that I need to get in touch with the Minister of Health and also the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Health to find out the practical steps we can take. Madam Speaker, as far as Ministry of Finance is concerned, we are a support ministry. We support entities arising from their needs. Therefore, we must initiate this need. Parliament has already initiated the need. Now we need to fast-track the need with the Ministry of Health with a view of providing funding in the near future. I thank you.
Thank you. So we need to make a follow-up with the PS of Health so that she initiates and then it will go to Finance. Yes, there's a Honorable Ross. Let me have the minister first, then I give you Ross.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Committee on Budget and all the committees that worked very hard to process this budget from either sides of the House. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I just want to respond to two areas which was raised by Honorable Semuju from his minority report. One, he raises an issue of the
the rising debt and the percentage of the budget that will go on paying or debt repayment. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I think us as a House, we should appreciate this because out there, when people hear it, they think money is borrowed by the country, just wasted. It's true, it's about 40% from the budget now that will be spent on debt repayment. But I want to allay these fears. First of all, Right Honorable Speaker, the guidance of our government now is that most times when we borrow, we don't borrow to consume. And most times, indeed, we borrow to invest in those areas of production or in the areas that will stimulate growth in the country. Much of our debts, our borrowings, went into investment into roads, infrastructure such as roads, railways, electricity. And this, honestly speaking, Right Honorable Speaker, if you look at the indices for growth and transformation, like Honorable Semuju was insinuating, one, for instance, in the multidimensional poverty, I don't know where Honorable Semuju got his data from, but actually, the last UBOS data we have, multidimensional poverty has greatly reduced. The national average now is actually 33. No, the percentage of the population, of the population that is qualified as multidimensionally poor. So all these investments move towards improving this well-being of the citizens. Right Honorable Speaker, we will not say that this should worry us what has gone into waste. We have these roads, we have this infrastructure in which we have invested. We have invested heavily in generation of power that stimulates growth. We have made roads, we are paving roads, we are now going to invest in railways. This will help to increase production, make our products competitive regionally, make our urban centers effective, and also cause rural growth. This is the focus of our government. And again, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, finally, and on the money is lent to some of the investment projects in the country. Again, this is very important. When we hear it out there, people think money is just being given out to people who are just, crooks who are just eating money. But Right Honorable Speaker, let me inform the House that the UDC, which is a government corporation, has key purposes for which it was established. One, we want to invest in those investments which are capital intensive but difficult to very many private investors, and yet they will create jobs and therefore stimulate production. We'll also want to invest in areas that will increase employment to our people. But in all this, there's no loss because in many of them, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, government has got shares and most times preferential shares in this. And then, Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to allay the fears because Honorable Semuju almost bastardized the cabinet. Mentioning names of people who are coming to cabinet. Cabinet, Right Honorable Speaker, can invite anybody that it wants to interact with.
That was unparliamentary, and I said it should be expunged.
Yeah, so anyone,
so it is not there.
Anybody can be invited as a guest to answer some questions. So this should not look as it was anything better. But I want to support the committee and all those who contributed.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I allow Honorable Ogwang, this House is on record on the issue of the burden on borrowing. As a House, we agreed, if we are borrowing money, let a feasibility study be done first. Let's do the designs. If borrowing money for the roads, do a feasibility study, do a design before you get this money. But what our people are doing, they borrow first, then they do the rest later. That is what is causing us problems. We borrow the money on rare, put poles everywhere. No power is connected. Truth be told, I mean, let's be fair to ourselves. Because we are the ones paying this money. Honorable Honorable Gwang, then Honorable Bahati, Honorable Doctor.
Madam Speaker, I don't know whether I'm going to qualify to be on the area which was expunged, but I need also to make it clear to my brother Semojo. First of all, we'll miss you, and I want to thank the people of Kira municipality. Yes, because we really wish you well.
You're thanking them for voting him out.
Madam Speaker, because there's a reason I'm bringing this forward. You know, I have tried to count in the minority report the number of times Honorable Semoja has mentioned the name Museveni. It's countless. Because he has no right to reply here, Madam Speaker, it's important we come to appreciate the following. That the money which is assumed...
Honorable Ogwang,
yes.
Anything that raises, that is talking, the rules are very clear. You cannot discuss about a person who is not in the house. You get it, eh?
Madam
so
Speaker,
that is expunged.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for that. The reason why I'm bringing this, colleagues, we must understand that the President of the Republic of Uganda is a fountain of honor who is meant at all times to be given support, not as an individual, to begin with as an individual, but as the office of the President of the Republic of Uganda. That must be made clear. Number two, in performing his duties, he works on our behalf, including Honorable Semoju, who might agree with him or disagree with him. So whatever monies which is appropriated in office of the President in State House is not for him as a person, as an individual. Is to support in his constitutional mandate to govern Uganda. So my colleague, I don't think we need to ask President Museveni as a person to go and sell his cows to run the office of the President. So for that matter, Madam Speaker, I want this to be categorical here, that when we talk about the office of the President, the country called Uganda has a responsibility to facilitate its full functioning. I thank you so much.
An order.
See, the Honorable Gwanga has mentioned the name Museveni and the President 10 times in 1 minute. Is he in order?
Honorable Gwang, he is talking about the office of the President. And truth be told, he's running a country. Those are benefits for that office. Yes, there are benefits for the office. So there is nothing exaggerated. Lop. Honorable members of Parliament. Okay, Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I just want to make 2 points and really to urge members to support the report of the Budget Committee, the majority report, and also make some corrections on the minority report. The Honorable Semoju has mentioned the figures on multidimensional poverty and used only one part. I am speaking, I've just spoken to the ED of UBOS, who is the person that heads our authority. The average burden of multidimensional poverty is at 27%. It's at 27%. And the Minister of Finance can actually bring these figures on Tuesday if you want, Madam Speaker, so that we collect this on the record, because we have done so much to fight poverty. It would be wrong to indicate that there is nothing being done. So what he has mentioned is what we call incident, that when you come to your, it is much technical than what you think. When you come to your area and you ask, did you lose a person? You say yes, one item. That will record a big picture. But if you really average all the factors involved, then it brings it down. So that's one correction. The second correction Madam Speaker, we are making great progress regarding UDC.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, this multidimensional poverty report was presented to the public and we are sent copies. Mine is here.
Where is it? You lay on table.
We are sent copies. Are you not an MP?
You lay on
So should I
table.
carry yours?
You lay
And,
the one
min-
you have
Can
on
I raise
table.
the order and then you rule? Is the Honorable Bahati with no report that is calling? Is he in order to dispute a report whose copy I can give him? But it's also online. You don't actually need anyone to bring it.
What I am saying,
Is he in order?
if you have the report, lay the report on table. In the absence of the report, we will not be able to trust
But
the
each MP was
figures.
sent a copy.
Me, I didn't get
Do,
it.
do I read for them?
Madam Speaker, regarding the UDC, so the issue of the report we have settled, you don't have one. Regarding the the UDC, regarding the regarding the UDC, Madam Speaker, we are making some good progress with UDC. It is true that the Auditor General's report mentioned, highlighted some of the areas which we need to improve, but I want to tell you that investment in these projects takes time. The payback period, the break-even period cannot take less than 5 to 10 years. So some of the projects that we're investing in, it's very hard to get profits in 2 years. But there are areas which are doing well. For example,
It's a long-term investment.
it's a long-term investment. For example, if Honorable, if you can.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the minority report quoted Auditor General making statements that the UDC is given money but for specific projects. And the minority report went ahead to mention projects like ATIAC. I'm a member of the Public Accounts Committee. And that came out in the Auditor General's report, that UDC is curtailed for whatever money that goes to UDC is predetermined on who is going to get money. And I really don't think, Madam Chair, that
Yes, Patrick.
the Honourable Minister can come here and defend and outrule the claim that he's trying to undo what the minority report has said when it is contained. And actually, that statement in the minority report is picked from the Auditor General's report and placed in the minority report. Is he in order?
You know, the Honourable Minister had not finished his statement. And because he had not finished his statement, I don't know what he was going to say. So I can't say he's not in order. So, Honourable Minister, you finish the statement so that we can be able to understand what you're saying.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for protecting me so that I can finish my statement. Yeah, I was saying that the investment in UDC are long-term investments. You might not capture profitability in the short term. For example, we have invested money in ATIAC. And remember, members of parliament, these monies are approved here. We invested them. They are still doing some work. So you cannot expect that ATIAC would make profits in 2 years. That is not possible. The second is there are companies that are actually making some good progress. Look at where you approved the resources for fine spinners. They made profits just last year. In 1 year, they have made profits for crossings. In some areas, they are long-term. Look at gloves, the company that we have been funding for gloves. They are now making,
There's also vaccines.
They are vaccine, they are making progress. So Uganda Development Authority, and talking about the flexibility you brought in your argument, that sometimes we have ring-fence projects and all that. We have now, as Parliament, as you see in the auditor, in the report of the chairman, we have now allowed capitalization. So we are putting resources in UDC, allows them some level of flexibility to invest where they think they are making a good return. And I can tell you, we are creating jobs, we are creating value, we are supporting the policy of income substitution and export promotion. It is an institution that we should be proud of, not an institution that we should condemn. So I want to disagree with the minority report and give you more facts, that sometimes when you are presenting facts here in the House, make a whole picture. Don't just pick a few areas which support your communication, but I sympathize with you because you are a communications guru. Maybe you did that for purposes of communication. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
But also, members, I want to thank the Minister of Finance, Minister of Finance and Trade, who have agreed that they will not fund those institutions before they do a due diligence on them, before they verify how they have used the previous monies. They will, and even Honorable Semuju talked about it. Isn't that true? That you're verifying those companies before you give them money?
Madam Speaker, it is true. There's no company or organization that we are going to fund which has not, we have not carried out a feasibility study, we have not done a due diligence, and we think that's not contributing the 4 pillars of jobs, regional balance, import substitution, and the required quality of products that we have.
Thank you. Honorable members, in the VIP gallery we have Honorable Arthur Kazora, Member of Parliament elect for Rohindra South. You're most welcome, and thank you so much for coming to observe the proceedings. Honorable ICT.
I am not the Prime Minister. The Honorable Namuga is complaining that I should speak last. I am not the Prime Minister of Uganda. I can still come last to answer your questions if you read them. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. And I also add my voice to thank the committee for both the majority report and also the report presented by the Honorable Semuju, which is not a minority report, but just a critique of the budget. And if Parliament was an institution, an educational institution, maybe we would give him an honorary PhD in criticizing the budget, because it appears he writes his report even before the budget is presented in the House. I just want to make a few comments. One, countries all over borrow. It's not only specific to Uganda that we borrow. And I invite you to read. Honorable Semuju usually presents us as if we don't read, but we all read. Just check, you can Google, check the debt GDP ratio for various countries, and you see how they stand. You will find, for instance, Kenya is at 68%. You look at India, 80%. You look at China, 96%. Canada, 112%. Uganda, we are at 50.9%. The key question that has to be asked is, when we borrow, what does the money do? Yes. But also, another important point is that when you borrow, you must pay back. So when government budgets for paying back the loans which are borrowed, it is perfect in order. I am sure if we were budgeting for 0 payback, you would again be criticizing the government that we borrow and we don't want to pay back. So the question of borrowing is not a big issue because everywhere in the world, countries borrow. Now, how would you measure whether the money that we borrow is put to good use? Yes, you can pick some anecdotes and give some isolated cases. You are right that as Parliament, we must have a keen eye and ensure that whatever money we borrow, whatever money we pass, must be put to good use. That's a very important point. But I just want to comment on the record of NRM in terms of its performance. We look at the monies which we borrow and which we pass to check whether the quality of life is improving in Uganda, because we are all here to serve Ugandans and to ensure that the quality of life improves. And you can measure this in two ways. One is just through a naked eye examination. You look at the country 20, 30 years ago, is Uganda looking the same? Or it is worse, or it has improved? And I'm sure even Honorable Semuju, he may be shy to say it, he knows things have improved for the better in many ways. But also, the other tested method of measuring that is through studies, which he likes to quote, like the one he's quoting wrongly. And over the years, studies have been carried out. And we look at quality of life indicators. You listen. We look at quality of life indicators. Those are the ones which measure whether there is progress or not. In the interest of time, I can just quote some few. One, life expectancy at birth. That measures the quality of life. That if you produce a child today, how many years is that child expected to live? When the NRM government came to power late 80s, early 90s, this figure, because of HIV and AIDS and other challenges, had dropped to 43 years, very low. But this, from the studies you're quoting, has now improved to 68 years, in a record of 30 to 40 years. It is a phenomenon you can check. I know you are very scholarly. Check all over the world how many countries have been able to increase life expectancy at birth by those units in a small period of time. You can look at the mortality rates, people who die of preventable causes. Look at infant mortality rate, which is a measure of how many infants are born alive but do not live to celebrate their first birthday. In the early 90s, this figure was at 122 deaths per 1,000 live births, meaning out of 1,000 infants who are born alive, 122 would die before 1 year. But this figure has dropped now to 28 from 122. You can check, these are documented. Just a few minutes, then I can allow you. Look at maternal mortality. Maternal mortality measures women who die as a result of pregnancy or childbirth-related complications. This figure, when NRM government came to power, was around 700. We measured it in terms of the live birth per 100,000 live births. No, the deaths per 100,000 live births. It was about 700. Come again? Just hold on. When we started measuring it in 1995, this figure had come to 506. Over the years, it has dropped to 506, 505, 435. There was a slight increase to 438. Now it is at 189 from that figure. You can compare with the other countries. Poverty, there are many measures. Let me just single out two. One is the percentage of Ugandans who are below the poverty line. The poverty line is defined by World Bank measures. In 95, this figure was about 56%. This has come down to 20.3% today. Families which are in subsistence livelihood, the last but one census gave the figure at 68%. This has now come to 33%.
There is an order.
Madam Speaker, thank you. One, Honorable
Chris was my chair, at one time, chair of Health Committee. And we even visited some area where he even got security personnel handling baby. And Honorable Ssemujju brought it very clearly in the report about human resource in almost all the facilities, making it even very difficult for us who call ourselves servant leaders to monitor, because you see the challenges very clear. Is it in order for our all honorable minister to stand up and defend instead of being very appreciative for what has been brought out, to let our people also access better services? Is it in order for him to be defending what is completely not right there? I thought there was already a paper, a report presented by Honorable Ssemujju, and he brought out very clearly the challenges. Why can't you not focus on the challenges which Honorable Ssemujju brought, instead of going to say, yes, we are now okay? If you are okay in your district, for us in Gulu, where we have, in Acholi sub-region, where we have percentage, the poverty ratio at 63%, we are not all right. Is it in order for the Honorable Minister not to focus on what is in the report? Thank you.
Honorable members, I need to be corrected. Honorable Chris was only providing statistics. He did not defend anything in terms of the human resource. He was giving statistics. It is a fact we need medical personnel in hospitals, in all hospitals. So what we need to do is to do it in a first way. Even Mulago here needs medics. Yes, for you you're giving us statistics. But all this, but at the same time, we've been debating this bill for 6 months. We have been discussing this issue for the last 6 months. Huh? Rose.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, indeed it's true. This House has been debating the budget, and we have debated it fully at sectoral committee level, and further debated on the floor of Parliament here. Right Honorable, all the issues were referred to the Budget Committee for harmonization and consolidation. Now that we have received the consolidated report from the Budget Committee, I now move that we get to supply the figures. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. This is not a market.
Order.
The day you respect yourself, you'll be respected. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Goretti, why are you quarreling? Lop. I will only let Honorable Chris finish. I will give Lop, and we'll go and supply. I am giving Lop.
Thank you very
Goretti,
much.
come and chair this chair.
The rules say you should not quarrel with the speaker. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. When my sister rose to give a point of order, I thought she was going to challenge what I am saying. I appreciated the Honorable Ssemujju for reminding us that we have a cardinal responsibility as members of parliament to scrutinize and ensure that the money which we pass is put the right use. But I was just saying, an impression should not be created that under the NRM leadership and the monies we have borrowed and also appropriated this house, that we can't show what has done. And I was just giving you how scientifically and technically we measure whether there is progress or not. And I challenge anybody to countermand the figures I have given to this parliament, because these are on record. But I agree that we should be critical, and even the figures I have given do not show that we have reached perfectness, that we are at zero. There has been improvement, but there is work to do. And therefore, you should appreciate it that way. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I think we should appreciate that State House is a government department. President's office is a government department. They should not be presented as if it is President Yoweri Museveni's house or home or an office of an individual. It is not true to say.
And the money that goes to State House is used to paying staff, paying security, paying all those utilities, feeding everybody who goes there. That's what happens.
Yes, because, Right, Speaker, the public is listening to this debate, and we should not mislead the public. When, for instance, State House budgets for linen, maybe clothing, curtains, it's not for President Museveni's home in Gwachitura. It is the State House, it is the state lodges all over the country, spread all over the country, so it's not correct.
Now, if we are talking about State House, why are we quiet about the money coming into Parliament for cars?
Absolutely. So, I just made that comment to remind the Honorable Semuju. I know he has Museveni phobia, and he cannot present without criticizing the president. But we must appreciate that State House, President's Office, and all these offices are government departments which must be funded. But true, we must keep a critical eye on how the resources are spent wherever we have sent the money. So I support the majority report and request Parliament to approve it. And just take note of the minority report, but just leave it there. Thank you.
Yes, Patrick.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, whereas I appreciate
one thing is I respect all my members of Parliament. But when you show me that you don't respect, it becomes a problem. Patrick.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I am a member of the Public Accounts Committee of this House. Among the things we reviewed and are very painful is the employment levels, the human resource in regional referral hospitals and the public universities. Right Honourable Speaker, they needed the following financial, they needed only 85 billions. I know the president refused us to touch his budget in one or the other, but I pray to this House, Madam Speaker, if 50 billions can be moved from one line, I don't know, Mrs. can tell us, so that these regional referral hospitals that hand our people can have the employment to help them serve the people, and our universities, where our children go, public universities, Madam Speaker, at 23%, they can never serve our people, Madam Speaker, and also the issue of the national curriculum. There is no way we are going to sit here and we pass this budget the way it is when these critical matters, Madam Speaker, are not catered for. I therefore move a motion, Madam Speaker, that this House considers, as we go to the
to the supply, this House considers moving at least 50 billions to the regional referral hospitals and 50 billions to public universities, and the 6 billion required, Right Honourable Speaker.
Tell me, moved from where to where?
Madam Speaker, we are going at supply. We are going at supply. There are so many budget lines which we can look at. And, Madam Speaker, if we are honest to ourselves, even Honourable Musasizi can advise that money can be moved
can we agree that
to save the situation.
No, can we agree that we move that 50 million?
50
billion from the
Parliament
cars,
of Uganda.
the cars
Whatever
for
line,
members of parliament.
whatever, Madam Speaker, Parliament of Uganda has many lines. If it is the best option,
I am saying
that
from
there
the
is.
cars of members of parliament. Anyway, the budget is here. Honorable Musasizi has a window of how to solve those issues. It is to our interest that we have doctors. I even got a call from Dr. Bianyima. She needs 9 billion. Honorable Musasizi, just let us know that you can have a window where we can be able to solve that even outside this budget. Then the curriculum. There are some crucial issues that you must look at in your 3%.
Madam Speaker, a budget is a medium-term framework, expenditure framework of government. What I am seeking today is going to take us for the next 12 months, from July 2026 to June 30th, 2027. What can be accommodated outside what I have presented now is where the question which one can ask is that if this expenditure is not incurred, is there anyone going to die? If the answer is yes, then we have a window. But
Patrick, he has actually answered your question.
Yes.
He has a window.
If
because
someone
it is an
going
emergency.
to die, then there is a window. But if a university is going to continue teaching, then we can wait for the next 12 months and have a discussion. Me, I'm not a populist. Even
But with
my
the
constituency
hospital,
knows me.
but with the
If it is a
hospital,
hospital and the patients are going to die, then we can consider. But I'm not going to tell you that midway, I'm going to give salaries to universities. I'm not a populist. I don't speak for cheap popularity.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker,
yes,
we have Atiak, sugar. And if Ugandans don't take sugar from Atiak, nothing will happen. For once, allow us pick money from Atiak sugar and we recruit health workers. For once, allow us use that money for Atiak sugar or whatever Atiak sugar. And there are so many projects the Minority Report has highlighted, which we can do without Honorable Musasizi, and we provide health workers, we provide lecturers at our universities, we provide money for the national curriculum. Please allow us just to move that money.
the information from a Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. What I wanted to raise is actually a matter of a monkey asking the trees to be cut down. And in this case, we cut down the money for travels of MPs abroad and pay doctors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I want to respond to my friend, Honorable Osabe, who decided to leave us and join the other side with all his brains. Madam Speaker, what Honorable Osabe is proposing, he would like us to eat seeds. Because if you say, cut Achiak sugar, even when it is not existent in these numbers, but I want to use it as a principle. Achiak sugar is an investment that is intended to generate returns to this economy in terms of taxes, in terms of jobs, in terms of value addition, in terms of improving exports, mention. So, and out of this intervention, we get the resources that we use to pay salaries for MPs, pay salaries for teachers, meet all government obligations. So now you are suggesting that we stop investing in this economy and first pay salaries. Are you going to sustain this expenditure when you are not? It is like as if you are saying, assuming you are a potato grower in Rwanda, because we are the ones who are a food, who I think we are the leading Irish potato producers in this country. It is like saying that we stop producing seed. We only sell what we have, we eat what we have, and then we go back home and seed. Honorable Osabe, I want you to think strategically. I want you to think beyond what you see today. I want you to see the economy of today and the economy of tomorrow.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Youth.
I used the Atiaka sugar.
Youth. Honorable Rugumayo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, in the UK, there is some semblance of honor. Recently, there is a gentleman called Tim Davey, who was a general manager of BBC. This man had to resign his job simply because of a panorama documentary which he presented, which construed some systemic bias. He left office this month. It is because there is some honor in the UK. Right Honorable Speaker, in Uganda there is no honor. That is why a honorable member of parliament can stand here in this parliament and construe sentences which constitute systemic bias. And we just simplify it and say, unparliamentary. And yet, other ways outside, this would even call for legal action. But we simplify them and just say, it is unparliamentary. Honorable Speaker, I joined this parliament 5 years ago, and I've sat here every time we are discussing budget. And I listen to both majority report and the minority report. And sometimes it feels like, sometimes the minority report feels like a script of court jesters, Madam Speaker. Court jesters were professional people who were always hired to write scripts about kings and royal people who were caught in absurdities and embarrassments. That is what most times the reports of minority have always looked like. Madam Speaker, I can point you to some things. For example, the minority report presents what the president has always called public poverty, called Nyeko. The jealous that we all have that we should all remain poor. Madam Speaker, the report questions that why should we pay 11 trillion to staff or public servants? Madam Speaker, the same team that is on opposition comes here and says hospitals across the country are understaffed. Basically, in principle, you're questioning why government is paying salaries of 400,000 public servants. And the same people argue that why do we have understaffed hospitals? full of contradiction, Madam Speaker. That is agreeing that on the fundamental we have public, we want to accept public poverty. Another thing that comes out from that public poverty, Madam Speaker, the spirit of government in funding UDC and other entities of government and other businesses has always been good, Madam Speaker, to spur economic growth, to invest in those avenues that private players cannot go into. The spirit has always been good. Woe unto those who benefit from our benevolence as Ugandan taxpayers and remain unscrupulous. But the spirit of government has always been good, Madam Speaker. And I would urge us to continue in the same, that we don't eat the seed, like Honorable Minister has been saying, we plant and only harvest the revenues after. Madam Speaker, but if I continue in this angle, I will follow the invitation of my honorable senior colleague, the Honorable Semuju, who I respect and have over time emulated, and I belong to his constituency because I reside in his constituency. Madam Speaker, there are good notes in this budget. There are good notes. This budget is going to fund SGR. This is very important that we should all appreciate. This budget should, this house should appreciate that we are going to fund 496 billion going to AFCON and all other opportunities that come with AFCON, deviating from our norm. Madam Speaker, you have seen the members here are arguing about universities. This budget is going to fund at least 200 billion that is going to develop infrastructure of universities and fund research, which is deviating from the norm. Government of Uganda is now funding research. This we should give credit. There are some good things. However, Madam Speaker, it would be wrong for me not to mention some lessons we must learn from the criticism, which I earlier called the script of court gestures from the Honorable Semuju. There are some things we need to learn. For example, our people are interested in demonstration of deliverables. Deliverables, Madam Speaker, if we presented it very well and said how 1.38 trillion on roads, how many kilometers of roads we are going to make sure we have covered here, it would be easy maybe for a colleague member to do that. And maybe how many health centers we are going to give out. Maybe it would be best then that our colleague members would appreciate the good spirit that always government has in funding and pushing forward development, Madam Speaker. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mudimi.
Yeah. Thank you, right. I take this opportunity to thank members of Parliament for going through this process. Madam Speaker, I'm referring to Section 26 of PFMA, Cap 171. Responses to natural disasters to be funded from contingency fund. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I listened to the main report, and it indicated that the contingency fund, much of the money was not used. And the money is for contingencies for disasters. Some of us who come from disaster areas, we have been having issues. The money normally when a disaster occurs, it goes to largely on food and a few non-food items. But the environment, so in this respect, Section 26(3), it talks about natural disaster means an event that causes severe human suffering or material or economic or environmental damage, and which result in or is likely to result in the loss of essential services required to meet basic human needs, and which cannot be responded with resources available from annual budget or sources of fund, and create a compelling need for funding that is in the public interest. Right Honourable and members, we normally report these incidences once a disaster occurs, and you recall last 2 years ago, we had severe disasters in the Bugisu sub-region and a part of Sebei. the infrastructure is damaged completely. When we ask you part of this money, say no, money is made for food and a few food items. We don't have roads, bridges up there. So, and the law here talks about providing money under the same. So I implore Honorable Minister of Finance to use the same window in the future to help us finance some of this intervention. Otherwise, the region is in their need. You see some few members who survived to next parliament, it's largely because of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, Honorable Sarah is asking that originally there was, can you ask?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mine is about Bunyoro University. Bunyoro University, originally we had tabled in 100 billion, which was reduced to 87 billion in the BFP. But as per the report, I want to thank the Budget Committee for the elaborate report. But from 87, it has now been reduced to 12.5 billion. And Right Honorable Speaker, we are basically looking at, we were given an offer of 100 acres free of charge, and I want to thank Dr. Canon Wamani Henry, who offered us free land. Land with pine trees which are mature, meaning that this university is not starting from scratch. And currently, I want to thank the task force for the university. They have labored so much to put in place all the requirements. The 11 policies are in place. The academic programs are now 16, which are ready to kickstart the university. The transfer of the land titling has been done. The architectural and structural drawings were done fully and approved by Kikuve District Local Government in the presence and under the leadership of our departed Chairman LOC5, Honorable Peter Banura, rest in peace. So I would request, Right Honorable Speaker, that we have some bit of consideration, Honorable Minister of Finance, to see that we kickstart, at least we start with the three blocks which will help us start the university at least with about 4 disciplines. Because people down there are basically waiting to see the university start.
Thank you.
I really want to thank my colleague, Honorable Asinasi Nyakato, has been mentioning about this. People down there, and together with my other colleagues, I request that let us at least be considered, because we are coming up with a green urban university. This is something we really need to appreciate. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sarah, that issue came up when we were discussing the ministerial policy statements, and no Munyoro was in the house to defend apart from me. I defended it, and it was agreed that there was a 12.5 originally put there, and that money and the commissioning, is it commissioning? Breaking the ground has been done. Yes, the minister is here.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank you and all colleagues, and specifically the Bunyoro Parliamentary Group. It is true, it's a government commitment to construct a university in Bunyoro. It is true we appointed the board. It is true they are on course working, like the colleague has just mentioned here. As of now, they want additional money, but what is available as of now in the next year's budget is what is in the budget. So I want to urge my colleagues that let's continue. We will continue to work with all of us to ensure we build that university
as per the pledge which was given by the President. I thank you.
Honourable members, it was a pledge, and I can assure you it will be completed since it has been started. Honourable Lop.
Right Honourable Speaker, I normally like to give feedback. And as our leader, I'm sure you don't mind receiving feedback. So allow me to firstly register a complaint to you, our leader. You see, yesterday you were at a birthday party. I saw news outlets report that. You made an interesting remark. You said that in the 11th Parliament there is no opposition because you have swallowed it. And for the 12th Parliament, you said you're going to wallop it.
That was already corrected before you came.
Honourable Speaker, allow me to raise my complaint because I
Yes.
came here. I don't know what was said at that point. And for me, I found that problematic. Because you see, we are here statutorily. That's why we have an entire shadow cabinet. And you see, Honourable Speaker, the problem with remarks such as these ones, now we are debating the budget. Cabinet ministers have been given room to speak, a couple of colleagues on the other side. My colleagues on this side, they have been struggling, and you're not giving them chance to speak, colleagues on the opposition. The public out there might misconstrue to say, maybe that's what the speaker meant. This opposition, I'll swallow it. How? Not giving them room to air out their views. So I think we need to be careful how we say things. But also, look, we are here together. Now we are discussing the budget. This budget concerns all of us. It's not enough when the leader of the opposition speaks. These people also represent constituencies. And the way we are according time to all cabinet ministers, to colleagues in the NRM, to air out their views on the budget, I think the same should happen for opposition MPs. At the end of the day, the majority will have their way, but it's important for the minority to have their say. I thought I should give you that feedback, our leader, who is meant to be a neutral arbiter in these matters. Let me get to my quick thoughts on the budget as we are progressing with it. Honourable Speaker, this Lubowa Specialized Hospital has become a bottomless pit. We need to stop. Minister of Finance, we are throwing money into this bottomless pit. This project, we were told that this is the panacea to the idea of Ugandans going out of the country, medical tourism. You told us it's going to be complete in 2021. That was the first date. It didn't happen. We were told 2022. Then it was moved to 2024. Last year in April, the Attorney General of Uganda, the Honorable Chiriwa Chiwanuka, said that Lubowa Specialized Hospital is going to be ready to kick off operations in June of 2026. We are at the tail end of April 2026. June is around the corner. Between you and I, Lubowa Hospital is not going to be ready. The Right Honourable Speaker spoke about a structure, that when you move by the roadside, there is a structure. Yes, when we made a lot of noise, a structure came up. But that structure does not account for the nearly £1 trillion shillings that we have put. That shell structure, brick and mortar, it does not account for the nearly 1 trillion shillings. It does not. Honourable Speaker, I made a statement here after trying to access that place and I was denied access. I said, government, these hospitals, colleagues here, they all are talking about hospitals in their areas, medical facilities, health center force. I said, the money we are throwing at Lubowa Specialized Hospital, why do we not channel that money to the health center force, to the referral hospitals in the different parts of the country? Why? Because those ones are already in existence. They only need to be beefed up to deal with the drug stockouts, to deal with equipment issues. But this specialized hospital, we can wait until, I don't know, 10 or whatever years from today. It's not going to happen. We keep throwing money therein. The completion dates keep being moved. Why are we doing this? Honourable Speaker, together with colleagues on the shadow cabinet, we visited...
What is the current completion date given?
But we have never gotten a report. I have been on this floor numerous times asking for that. Right Honourable Speaker, you promised twice so far that you
Honourable
will
Min-
go with us to
Honourable
check.
Minister.
You have not.
Honourable Minister, you need to give us that information when you have it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll bring a comprehensive report, but where we are at right now, the hospital is at 75% completion. And Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to give this information that the hospital is not the building. COVID actually did halt operations there. But the thing is, the hospital has equipment, has a lot of other infrastructure that is put in place. It's not just a building. As there last year,
it's already inside.
they are already training people to start working. The training rooms are there, the beds are there, the wards are already up and running. But the thing is, having all this equipment at once. Remember, when we went to COVID, even manufacturers were not working abroad, and most of these things were being imported in. So we had a lot of time off work. But right now, as I can tell you, I don't think we'll finish this year without that hospital opening. It will be up and running because most of the infrastructure is in place and the equipment is in place. And the human resource is available.
So you'll need to get a timeline and give it to the House.
I'll do that in less than 2 weeks, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Right, Honourable Speaker, the Minister of State for Health has said on the Hansard that the wards are up and running. I put it to you, right, Honourable Minister, you are telling us a lie. Which people have been treated at that hospital? Because when you say the wards are up and running, what's a hospital ward? It means people walk in, patients, they are treated. How many have been treated so far? And you see, that's the challenge we have. So she's giving us an update casually, and yet we are supposed to be appropriating money. Why does the government want to be accountable? Every year you come here for money for Luwa Hospital. You never give us an update. It's only when we insist that the Minister of State will arise and give some kind of casual update. Always give an update so that we believe this thing here is viable or it is not viable. But every year you ask for more money. Each time you ask for money, we ask for an update, accountability. You don't avail it. But you keep wanting more money every fiscal year. This is wrong. Right, Honourable Speaker.
Where is Dr. Yume?
Right, Honourable Speaker. Let me proceed with my other concerns. I hope that government, because you see now she's saying she's going to bring a comprehensive report in 2 weeks, but we are passing the budget today. So against what do you want us to give you money for Luwa Hospital? We don't know what's happening there. We who passed that budget here, we have gone severally and we have been denied access to that place. The Minister of Health at one time went to that facility and she was denied access. The Minister of Health, your boss, she was rejected from accessing. And yet she's the one supposed to be supervising this project. So you deny the Minister of Health access, you deny MPs who appropriate money access. Why do you keep coming back for money here? You people, we need to stop playing around with taxpayers' money. So me, as a person raising this issue, I reject that casual update from the Minister. We want a comprehensive accountability report about Lubowa Hospital because nearly R1 trillion shillings has been spent. Can that R1 trillion shillings be accounted for properly? Not saying there's a structure up and running, because you see, all of us have been involved in some kind of construction here. Brick and mortar, it is easy to put up. So what you're telling us, bring a comprehensive report. If you should have done that before asking for more money. We cannot shoot first and aim later. You first aim and then you shoot. Honorable Henry Musasizi Ariganyire.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, I went with colleagues to visit a couple of these private companies that keep being given free taxpayer money. And I each time brought a report to Parliament. ROCO, 263 billion shillings so far. We understand they want more money. Honorable Speaker, this ROCO here is the one that has been, for the last donkey's years, been constructing the parliamentary chambers. Maybe it is also due that we get an update. What's happening to the parliamentary chambers? Because the date has kept on shifting. And the reason I'm concerned about that is because this parliament spends billions of shillings renting office space to MPs and staff at private facilities, Kingdom, Kampala, and so on. Why are we spending billions of taxpayer money to rent office space, yet somebody was paid to build new chambers for Parliament? Why? And in addition to that, this ROCO was given more free money, 263 billion. This was free money, apparently to bail them out, that they were struggling with debts.
Honorable Law.
Why?
On the issue of the parliamentary building, when we came in, we opted to terminate the contract with the ROCO because the work was not moving. And when that happened, ROCO had already taken more money. So if we terminated the contract, we would be the ones at loss. So what we decided now, what we agreed as a commission with the finance, that we will not pay ROCO money. Now the money is being paid directly to the suppliers. As we speak today, the glass, there was a change of design. And in that change of design, because of the bomb blast which took place here, we said we needed a glass resistant something, bomb blast resistant glass. So when that change of design came in, finance and commission agreed to pay directly to the suppliers. As we speak today, money is not paid directly to ROCO. The money is given to the suppliers. And as we are here, they are roofing and putting the glass.
Honourable Speaker, and maybe that's all the updates that I'm talking about, because it's important that this Parliament gets to know how the money is being spent, and the public too. Honourable Speaker, I had not joined Parliament when I was following the story of the new parliamentary chambers. I was actually a journalist and so on. And so the public also keeps following. So they keep waiting with bated breath. When is this structure going to be completed? So it's important that these updates get to happen, so that as we appropriate money, we know what is happening. Honourable Speaker, we went to, with colleagues.
Actually, the construction of that building started when Honourable Peter Gwang was a commissioner. They are the ones who gave out that contract. For us, we inherited the contract. Isn't it so?
Madam Speaker, first of all, I think we need to be thanked for coming up with the new chambers of Parliament.
And before you go ahead, when you say that it will end the accommodation problem, that place does not have any accommodation. No offices. I am telling you. It only has 2 offices and committee rooms.
Madam Speaker, I am here laughing with the leader of opposition on a question which I want to say this. Madam Speaker, I want to confirm that the plan for us to have a new chambers was made by the PC, which is a parliamentary commission. In the original plan, of course, I want to confirm now that I'm almost making to about 9 years ever since I left the PC as a commissioner. But the original plan, to be honest, had a section of offices. The original plan had a section of committee rooms. The regional plan had a provision of a gym. The regional plan had, if I can try to remember what was planned for, and a cafeteria for members of Parliament, which is the executive cafeteria. So I want to say this, that it's important, Madam Speaker, as the chair of the commission, that you take time.
Honorable Ogwang Peter, my little brother.
Yes, right, Honorable.
You people gave the contractor.
I'm coming to the question of the contractor.
The design.
I'm coming to
that. That place has only 2 offices and committee rooms.
Madam
and the
Speaker,
cafeteria.
these are matters which we can still go back to the records because the PC is here, the clerk's office is here. These are not matters we are going to conclude in the House, but I want to confirm that if the information I'm giving is maybe out of context, but I remember I was the chair of finance planning at the Parliamentary Commission. But I also want to say, Madam Speaker, that I would really want to employ your office to get back and look at the original design and plan of the new chambers of the Parliamentary Commission. I thank you.
Love, you finish.
So, looks like I've thrown a spanner in the works. But here we are, and that's why it's important for updates and so on, because the original people who issued out the plan and contract are saying offices were catered for. Now we are told offices are not catered for. It's very confusing to us here and to the public, and yet we must not be in confusion because we are the ones appropriating the money. And the money being appropriated is taxpayers' money. So neither us nor the taxpayer should be in confusion. We must be aware. Honorable Speaker, colleagues and I went to Inspire Africa Coffee Factory, on which we have spent over 180 billion shillings. This is a private facility. It is getting free taxpayers' money. Each time we came here, I came here with a report about Day Biopharma, 724 billion shillings. Atiak Sugar Factory, 668 billion shillings. No sugar is being produced out of there. But we understand they want more money. Day Biopharma, same story. Government told us here, in response to the reports that I brought with colleagues, that for some of these companies we are buying stake. So we asked government, where are the shareholding certificates? They didn't have them. We said, where are the MOUs signed? They were non-existent. How do you play around with money that is not yours like that? It is forgivable if it is your personal project and you're wasting money like that. But you say you're buying stake in a company. You have not done valuation. Valuation reports were not availed. You don't know the weight and the wherewithal of that company. So what stake are you purchasing? The Attorney General stood here on this microphone and said, we are working on the MOUs, we are going to table them. That's like 2 years ago. The reports have never been tabled. But we keep coming back asking for more money. This is not right. And that's why people always speculate and say, but who really owns these companies? Inspire Africa Coffee, Day Biopharma, Atiak, Rocco. People ask, the way there is no prudence in how money is sent to those companies, who owns them? Why do you leave room for all that speculation? Right, Honorable Speaker, when we were passing, when Parliament was considering the 723 billion shillings for Day Biopharma, government again told us that we are buying stake. We asked no valuation report, no MOU. Honorable Speaker, your guidance was, which I disagreed with on record, your guidance was, let's pass the money. And Ministry of Finance should not release that money today by a farmer until they have done valuation, until there's an MOU. I remember telling you, Right Honorable Speaker, that once we have passed that money here as Parliament, we become functus official. You're not going to roughshod over Ministry of Finance to tell them, now don't release the money. Yet you have already given them an okay. Because for us, our role stops here. This is where our stopgap measure is. And I said, look, let's wait it out. Because once we pass, you will not be able to follow up. As sure as day follows night, they gave them the money. They have not yet brought to this Parliament evaluation report, MOU, shareholding certificate. This government is operating in contempt of this House. I don't know why. But you keep coming back for more money, more money. Why don't you do that due diligence? Honestly, we look shabby to the people out there. That you're giving free money to a private company. You're saying, no, it is not free, we are buying shares. Where is the shareholding certificate? It is not there. But every year you want more money for it. Surely.
Thank you.
As I come to a close, Right Honorable Speaker, our debt burden, and this is the final issue of concern to me, and maybe tethering it to this, because we have been saying, where should we find money for hospitals, health centers, and so on. Let's stop giving out this free money to these private entities. and what has been given to them should be recovered. The money given to Inspire Africa, Day Biopharma, Atiak, Sugar, Roko, Luboa, that money should be recovered. It should. So that we then deploy it to the health facilities that are struggling, to the roads. That way we shall lessen the borrowing that we keep doing. Honorable Musasizi keeps coming. Now we don't have money, we should borrow for this good project. Stop this wasteful expenditure. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, our debt burden is now over 124 trillion. That is alarming. And we keep borrowing a lot more. The challenge also, Right Honorable Speaker, is this money many times is borrowed and it remains lying on accounts, not ready to be utilized. But the person you borrowed from is already asking you to pay for interest, and that's why there's a huge chunk of our budget going to interest payment. Because whether you're utilizing that money or not, for as long as you put pen to paper, the creditor begins to count. You've got to pay interest. So you borrow, you're not ready to utilize it, and you are committing the taxpayer to paying heavy interest and all of these different things. That's part of the problem with our debt burden. It is not organized. Honorable Chris Bariomunsi was, juxtaposing our debt burden to other countries. The challenge with ours is that it's not orderly. You borrow, you're not ready to utilize it. Much of what is borrowed is stolen. That's according to the Inspector General of Government. I see some of you are looking at me. It is not me saying that. It is a government employee. 10 trillion shillings is stolen per annum. These projects, money is borrowed, it is put there, and the money is stolen. And we seem to be okay with it. We should not be okay with these things. So as we consider this budget right now,
switch on.
We honestly need to be thoughtful of these things. We need to be thoughtful of the taxpayer. We need to be thoughtful of these wastages. There's some low-hanging fruit. When government keeps asking, now where do we find money? These are low-hanging fruits. Don't say we didn't tell you.
Thank you, Imam. There's only one Imam here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I was very attentive when the chairperson was presenting the report, but I was challenged by 2 or 3 issues that were a little bit difficult to comprehend. And one of them was the issue of economic goals. We all are aware that it's economic goals that propels economic growth and development in the country. The projection that is made in the report resonates the fact that our economy is going to grow by 7%. The report is talking about lots of dollars, and for this to happen, it means that the pockets of our people, we're going to have money there. But again, the question is, does this mirror the pockets of our people? Economic growth and GDP should be a mirror to what happens or the standards of living for our people. And the reality is that our people are suffering. Of course, I need to thank the minister for stopping this trade order. The GDP we are talking about here is concentrated among the few people. They just look at the figures, the total income of the country, divide it by the total population. But the people in Katikam South and Uganda at large are suffering. And I want to welcome the different priorities that are proposed in the budget, including agro-mechanization and PDM. But the question is that to what effect is that money going to be beneficial to our people, and how is it going to lift the socio-economic issues that are affecting in our communities? Of importance is that any budget should make a meaningful contribution to our communities. And the second issue, Right Honorable Speaker, and this was also very difficult for me to comprehend, is the domestic area performance, government payables, and of course we all know there's a lot of invoices that are supposed to be paid by government to local businesses. As we speak now, businesses have closed because government is owing them money. And now, to my surprise, according to the new budget, I've seen a reduction from on government payables. The allocation is from 1.4 trillion down to 317 billions. Now, what is going to happen to these people who are owed money? Their businesses are not functioning. We're expecting the economy to grow by 7%, but again, our people are closing business day after day. And I thought those are very pertinent issues we need to look at as members of parliament. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of debt to GDP ratio. We are aware of the IMF report and how they are talking about vulnerability of our debt level near the risks and debt distress. We are aware that the biggest portion of this budget is going to be funded by external borrowing and internal borrowing. Now, if we are continuously borrowing money to service debts, for how long are we going to be in this debt trap? And most importantly, Right Honorable Speaker, and this is very important, the issue of domestic borrowing. We are borrowing money from the local markets. And that's where our business community is also borrowing money. For example, these commercial banks. If government is borrowing from commercial banks and the business community is also borrowing from commercial banks, now that means we are going to congest our commercial banks. They are going to be overcrowded. And I wonder if those commercial banks will be willing to borrow private individuals when government is coming them to borrow from them. If I'm a businessman owning a bank, I have government on one hand and a private individual borrowing, I'll definitely run to the government. So we need to reduce on this domestic borrowing and look for better financing options. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Chairman, I'm going to give you to give a rejoinder. Let Adele finish. Chairman, let her finish, then you will give a rejoinder.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, the Chair of the Committee and the Shadow Minister. I want to commend the Parliament of Uganda for allocating the 12.5 billion for Bunyoro University. Yes, whereas I also appreciate that, I also want the Minister of Education to also let us know when the motion affecting the establishment of Bunyoro University will be established. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the Parliament for allocating monies for the expansion of the referral hospital of Hoima, referral hospital, as we prepare for the African Cup of Nations 2027. However, we also have a funding gap of the maternity ward, which was put down in 2019. To date, there's nothing which is on the ground, and the space which is supposed, where the maternity ward is supposed to be put, is full of sunny grass and trees. I want government, through Ministry of Health, the State Minister is here. Recently, the State House and Corruption Unit came there, and they also came to attest that government has delayed to establish the maternity ward. Right Honorable Speaker, in the sector of the agriculture sector, last financial year, we allocated 1.83 trillion to the agriculture sector, where 70% of Ugandans earn a livelihood. This financial year, we have only allocated 2.64 trillion, leaving a funding gap of 24%. Right Honorable Speaker, just last year, we were here for CADIP, where we did commit ourselves as government of Uganda to allocate at least 10% to the agriculture sector, where majority of Ugandans are employed, where they are self-employed, but also reducing on the burden of employment, of burdening government to look for employment for our people. As I finalize, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to call upon government always to learn committing, honoring its commitment to most of these declarations that we make. When you go to Vision 2040, the East African 2027 vision, you are committing yourself the agricultural sector.
Thank you.
But when it comes to allocation, we are not making it to at least even 3%. Thank you very much, Right Honourable
Chair.
Speaker. I beg to submit.
Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues. I will just mention 3 issues. First of all, to actually also agree with Semju on mention a number of issues, except Honorable Semju in presenting what we already discussed, for example, the low staffing levels in universities and in hospitals. The way you address it, you personalize it. But otherwise, here, Madam Speaker and colleagues, those issues are clear. We have been we're having a discussion and we are seeing a trend. The only thing, Madam Speaker, is that, when you know where you have come from, you are actually inclined to appreciate what has happened.
Where you're coming from, where
Yes,
you are
and
now,
where you are,
and
where you are now,
you're
and where you are
going.
going. Madam Speaker, I've been in this house since 2006, and I used to be the deputy chair of this very budget committee. And there were moments when we actually didn't have money to do anything. And there was sometime in 2009, inflation went through the roof to 29%, and the country was in a crisis. So for me, when Honorable Semju, my friend and neighbor, asked him, why should the member of parliament from Karamoja, the deputy chair, and his brother Opolot, ask us to clap? It's precisely for that reason, because I have a bit of history, where we have come from. So really, it is true. To imagine that today, Madam Speaker, we are projecting a growth of 10.2% when we used to have negative growth. Yes, we used to have poverty eradication action plans here. We were talking about negative growth. There was nothing happening in Uganda, and painful. Even members of parliament here were paid. We were paid 2.4 million a month. And these days we can even afford to be given cars worth that amount of money that you guys know. We have come from a long way as a country. I didn't realize, my brother, that I was, as a deputy chair budget, that I was making a plan, a development plan or a budget for Karamoja. And when you mentioned about Karamoja, you kept insisting that the poverty in your areas, there is no water, there are no toilets. This budget should address itself to that. And I think we, as a country, we must address wherever poverty is, whether it is in Asholi, in West Nile, in Lango, even in Kampala here, or in Kitezi. It must not be. It would be it would be uncouth of me, Madam Speaker, to propose a budget here that has 30% of the resources going to Karamoja. I think that would be questionable. Yes, there has been positive economic growth, and this budget is for all of us. Madam Speaker, a stable shilling is something to celebrate. If you notice what's happening in the region and the rest of Africa, even including bigger countries, bigger economies in South Africa, for Uganda, which not even has access to the sea, to withstand these pressures, external pressures from Ukraine, from the wars, and have a stable shilling consistently for the last few years, 20, 15 years, that means we are doing something right. And that means more cash inflows are happening in this country. And it also says in this very report we have found with Honorable and colleagues in the House, not only just Semju, our trade deficit. Last year, when I read a budget here, we had a trade surplus. Our trade surplus was positive. It was more positive than with our neighbor Kenya. We would never got more money from Kenya in many years. Now we are getting. Our trade surplus in the current budget has narrowed by 15.5%. We now get more money than we give out. The deficit has reduced. It has narrowed by 15.2% in this budget. That means more exports in coffee, in many other things, including gold. And my brother knows what we were discussing yesterday about gold, and now we are not getting much in there. Our reserves, Madam Speaker, as a country, we must talk about our positives. There was a time when we would sit in this house that our reserves could not cover even, it used to cover 1.2 months of imports, that if we didn't get any more money, the money in Bank of Uganda would actually cover all to pay for imports. That means we have to pay in dollars. Only 1 month and 2 weeks. Now we are talking about our reserves in a value of 5.991 billion, covering nearly 5 months, that even if we don't get any dollars from outside, would be able to pay for anything locked in maybe New York
would actually have money in Bank of Uganda to pay these things. This is something to be proud of, Madam Speaker. And as a country must be talking about too. We should celebrate. Yes, there were issues that you said, why would you talk about these other things of food? Yes, but I am talking about 10, why should I celebrate about 20 billion of new ambulances or 10 billion for fuel? This actually, if you go to our page 20, in our report there, this in addition, that government has proposed an additional, I don't know what page it was. Yeah, it's on page 25. I say, in addition to the proposed annual budget for the financial 2026-27, government has proposed an additional, by the way, on top of what is already there in the MTF, an additional 667.38 billion for completion of roads beside the 1.2 trillion. They are giving another 667. Government has proposed additional 45 billion for rural electrification based on the report. And I said, based on the report of budget framework analysis from this house to government, they have come back with more resources to support our recommendations, Madam Speaker, the one we did here in January and February in the budget framework paper. Yes. They have come with the new resources for 100 more billion for medicines in our regional referral hospitals. Why shouldn't we celebrate this? Yes, they are giving us, besides what was at base, they are giving another 100 billion for medicines. That means the situation is moving progressively becoming better. So, as Honorable my colleague has said, why wouldn't anyone celebrate that arts teachers? If our voters here, that we have whispers even to think that they should arts teachers.
No, first of all, when there was a demonstration, we were all here making noise. But now we are saying, okay, the teachers have been given money. We should actually be grateful.
Yes, all of us in this house. It means even my colleagues from this side, they have worked so hard because they have been among the stronger voices, especially with that teachers. This government is not doing things. Why are you supporting science teachers and not as teachers? Honorable Semuju, you have done your good work. You should celebrate that as teachers are getting money instead of being disappointed. As teachers are going to be provided money to improve their things at a 25% increment. That's quite big. Let me get the figure. He's asking how much. Artemis, my colleague, has no copy of this report.
You go to the next point. He will look for it when he will get
I get 1.16 trillion. 1.16 trillion. That's all for teachers, for science teachers, and also including other areas. It is something.
Commissioning. And as you can witness on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, in a few seconds, His Excellency, the President, will be unveiling and formally commissioning the facility with the Chairman, Mr. Zhang. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. His Excellency, the President, has formally commissioned